Welcome to our regular Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. I'm calling this meeting to order. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. I want to welcome everybody to our meeting tonight. Also remind everybody to always refer to the IndianTrail.com website for any meeting information, any information you need, or any maintenance requests. And you could also find the agendas there where you could submit your public comment in advance of the meeting, and whether or not you can make it, it can be heard. And thank you again for being here. Supervisors welcoming remarks, Michael?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Betty?
Through the chair. Through the chair.
Oh, roll call. I'm
Roll
sorry.
call.
We didn't do roll call. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Scarlett?
Scarlett Cantley.
Burgess Hanson. We also have Daniel Ray with Stormwater J on Zoom, and also Rebecca Stewart on Zoom. And Mr. Robinson cannot be here tonight.
Thank you.
Jay Foy.
Betty Argue.
Patty Farrell.
Elizabeth Lacomando.
Richard Usselon.
Michael Johnson.
Frank Palin.
Francis Bethel.
You want us to introduce ourselves?
Please.
Andrew Ma with Piper Sandler.
Nate Ekbloff and Piper Sandler.
Greg Schaefer.
Mary McNicholas with Jeffrey B. Slug and Associates.
Paul Lynn of Palm Beach County.
Miriam Heiser.
Thank you. Okay, back to welcoming remarks. Michael?
Welcome, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Hello all. Welcome to our meeting. Welcome, everyone. We have a packed meeting, so I don't have much more to add at this time.
Thank you. Very good. Okay. In my welcoming remark, I'd like to take a moment. Richard, if you could hand me that. Yes, thank you. Do we have Noah Lalonde in the house? Noah, could you please step up?
Good evening, board.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Of course, my pleasure.
No, we asked you here because we want to show our appreciation as the district for what you and your dad have done. And I'm going to go ahead and read a resolution that we made for you both. And this is resolution 2026-001. I'm sorry. First one of the year. As this is a resolution and appreciation of the Board of Supervisors of Indian Trail Improvement District to Noah Lalonde and Timothy Lalonde. Whereas in 2022, Noah Lalonde, for an Eagle Scout project, built the flag collection box. And whereas with permission from Indian Trail Improvement District, Noah displayed the flag collection box in the parking lot of the administration building. And whereas since 2022, Noah and his father, Timothy Lalonde, have collected over 600 flags of various sizes. And whereas in the past, through the troop, flags were properly retired. Excuse me. And whereas the collection of the flags has been a project of love for father and son. Be it resolved that the Board of Indian Trail Improvement District Board of Supervisors and each individual member thereof, its officers and staff, hereby express their sincere and deep appreciation to Noah Lalonde and his father, Timothy Lalonde, for their patriotism and service to our community. Be it further resolved that this resolution be made a part of the permanent record of the district, and a copy therefore to be duly signed and awarded to Noah Lalonde and his father, Timothy Lalonde, dated on this day, the 28th of January, 2026. And I'm very sorry that your father could not be in attendance, but we certainly understand why. So I'd like to approach and provide you with this that you could take home and hopefully have it and save it proudly. And we do sincerely appreciate your patriotism and the work that you've done through the Scouts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I apologize if this is out of line. I've never been to a board meeting like this before, but I would just like to ask, my father had made a request to me last night. We were talking about me being at this board meeting, and he had always wanted a plaque for the box. We had never gotten around to it. We had never met anyone who would be able to help us with that. So I'm not sure if that's something within Indian Trails' power, but I would just like to put that out there if we would like to have a plaque, if that would be able.
What do you guys think? I think it would be great, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question. Noah, how do you say your last name? Because I always thought it was Lalonde. I know your
It-
father.
It is Lalonde.
Yeah, okay. I
Do
just want
forgive
to,
you. It's okay. It
Okay.
happens.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Welcome to your first meeting. You're welcome to stay. or-
Love to. Love to stay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude to the board. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All right, agenda approval. Do we
I have
have,
a question.
yes,
I don't see the supervisor business on here.
item 7.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion
Yeah,
to,
I would like to make an adjustment to the agenda.
okay,
I would like to adjust the public comments first before supervisor business.
okay,
Through the chair.
Yeah.
We have an adopted policy of the board. And if a supervisor wishes to change that adopted policy, I suggest that we put it on the agenda for next month and we can discuss that policy. I don't think we should just be randomly moving things around. There's a specific reason why we always had public comment where it was, and that was to allow residents to come and have the opportunity to speak.
are you looking to move public comment or are you moving supervisor business?
I would like to move public comment before supervisor
So-
business.
So, hold on, I think we have a miscommunication.
But
So-
public comment was always time
Right,
certain at 7:30.
Right, and we're not changing public comment, so, I don't know why I have so much feedback, I'm sorry. You want to move 7 past 10? Is that what you're trying to say? Where it used to be?
Yes.
Okay, so we can move 7 to 10.1.
I think he's asking to permanently do it, and I'd like to
I'm asking
actually,
for tonight and,
Just tonight?
yep, at the moment, and so I'm gonna make a motion to adjust the agenda to have item 7, supervisor business, after item 10, public input.
And if you would want to change it permanently, we could always put it on the agenda for next month. Does that work?
yes, please. I'd like it to be on the agenda.
Okay. All right, so we're moving 7.0 to 10.1 with no other adjustment? Okay. Scarlett? Yeah. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Madam President, I was just looking at the rules of procedure. Supervisor Argue is correct. There is a sequence that's in the rules of procedure. I have no problem with, a temporary movement for this evening. But if you're gonna make it a permanent, then I suggest that the board put an item on the next agenda.
Yeah, that's what-
If the board chooses.
Yeah,
to
that's
put it
what,
on the
I
agenda.
think that was what we just agreed to.
Just wanted to clarify.
Sure, sure. Okay. Okay. Motion is made in the second, Scarlett? Okay, there we go. All right, very good. Motion passes. Next up, item 6, presentation, 6.1, The M1 Impoundment Expansion Project. We have a presentation and discussion regarding the M1 Impoundment Expansion Project and multi-jurisdictional partnerships. Mr. Hanson?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Alcamenda, and welcome to the board and public. Tonight, 6.1 and 6.2 are very much connected. So as you know, Piper Sandler is also our financial advisors for bond, public bond, and other types of financing. So the first part of tonight's presentation will be facilitated by Ms. McNicholas, give an update from, excuse me, from her as well as Mr.
Excuse me one second. Could everyone silence their cell phones?
No, that's okay. And Mr. Linton is here, as he indicated earlier, on behalf of Palm Beach County. He's stormwater and also the lead staff person for the county water task force committee. So, and also Mr. Foy will be speaking a little bit. So, Ms. McNicholas has some good news, as does Mr. Linton. And then after we're done, I'll just say a couple of things to follow up on it. But Ms. McNicholas.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Supervisors. Excuse me. And Executive Director. What we have on here is a discussion regarding the M1 impoundment, expansion project and multi-jurisdictional partnerships. To give you a little bit of history, this project has actually been in concept for over 21 years. It was at some point called, I know what it's called. I just didn't know if you wanted me to go into it. Northern Palm Beach County Water Improvement Project. It's got several names. What we decided to do after we were successful in getting the Corbett levy to fruition is that this would be the second priority. Hence, your 640 impoundment has been made, you all made it one of your top priorities. So in working towards this project in its fruition, we've taken the same strategic approach that we did successfully with the Corbett levy. And we can't do any of this on our own. I mean, we could, but it's not the best approach. This is really a regional water project. So hence we have Paul Linton here with Palm Beach County. I believe we have Pat Rudder on Zoom, Scarlett, is that correct? Okay, well, we'll be working on that, see if he has, but he's attending by phone is what. Okay, so whichever way, we'll see if he's involved also. But I want to just tell you that your board supervisor, Michael Johnson, is on the Water Resource Task Force. And what we've done is through that process, also Jay Foy is also attended with myself. Obviously, Paul Linton runs that administratively, that program. But what we've done is we've really pushed hard to make sure that that task force aligned with our priorities and/or we've aligned with their priorities. So this has been on their water resource task force team plan for how long? It wasn't called that then, but how long? At least 21 years? We're sharing them.
Task force has been briefed on the challenges of Indian Trails drainage and the opportunities for improvement of that, including the 640 reservoir for probably as long as I've been on the task force, which is about 3 years.
So in the past 3 years, since we were successful with Corbett levy, we've decided to take the same strategic approach. And bottom line is that what we've done is we pulled in all our resource partners. This also includes not only South Florida Water Management District, it'll be FWC, it's Palm Beach County, of course. It also will include some of our northern partners because this does affect Waxahachie River. So there's several different districts that are included as well. What what the chair of that Water Resource Task Force, Greg Weiss, Commissioner Weiss, did is he pretty much decided that we need to make this a priority of this Water Resource Task. And in doing so, he went ahead and they wrote a letter, or Paul wrote a letter to the Board of County Commissioners so that there would be two or three things that would be, does this keep going in and out? Two or three things that would be a priority. One, and I'm going to say the resources first, there were ARPA resource funds, ARPA replacement funds, dollars of $8 million that were kind of floating around out there and ready to be swept if we didn't make sure that it was prioritized and put towards this project, because it is a project in the LA Basin. Two, we wanted to develop a strategy for legislative support and also to try to get grant applications, meaning any grant applications that we could. Same approach that we did strategically with the Corbett levy. So as far as most of that goes, the Water Resource Task Force Chair, Commissioner Wise, took it to the Board of County Commissioners on January 6th. So it went from January 5th letter, January 6th to the Board of County Commissioners. They unanimously approved it. And so now we are trying to put together all the pieces of the pie and figure out exactly how we can get extra funding from other things so that we can make this approximately $20 million project. Put it all together. Exactly. We're going to let Paul tell you the details of it and how this plan is supposed to flow. And then if Pat's around and or Jay have anything else to add, we'll go ahead and add that as well. Go ahead, Matt.
Yes, who's running the slideshow?
Carrie, just say Carrie.
Next, please.
Carrie, next, please.
Okay, good. So the objective of one of the objectives is to facilitate and expedite the 640 acre expansion, which I'm assuming everyone on the board is more than aware of. The funding, as Mary indicated, was $8 million, which is for the L8 project, which the 640 reservoir certainly falls under. Palm Beach County has an interest in connecting the L8 to the Northwest Fork, and the only viable route is through Indian Trail canals. We're hoping there'll be synergy there to package together a overall project that includes the element of the 640 and the improvements necessary for us to convey water backwards through the system, and use that combined monies, including the 8 million from Palm Beach, to leverage for more cost fund share by the state or other parties. And I can go into more details, but it's simple as we would do some improvements to the potential improvements to the connection to the LA to allow more flexibility in operations on the discharge side, a pump station to lift it backwards in, and then a new culvert for purpose of releasing water into the M canal. Then the other end of the plumbing would be taken care of by a different project, which is the South Florida Arms SERP project. But from the parts I just described are not part of the reservoir that Mary described. The reservoir itself, the 640 would require 2 culverts to connect to the main reservoir. And in the interest of time, I've kind of summarized that at the 10,000 to higher level. But if there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer those. And so I would like to speak a little bit to the Resilient Florida grants, other grants. We're going to have to work hard on the flexibility grants, because I've already tried to get a grant through Resilient Florida, and unfortunately, it's very focused on only drainage. So it only gives credit for flood reduction or flood damage reduction or flood resilience.
Which is where we excel, because that's what we want and need.
So your $20 million component falls fully in that. However, to get credit for the money we're bringing to the table, we need something with more flexibility because ours is, in their own words, a water supply project and doesn't fall in that category. And the funding for water supply grants is much smaller than the Resilient Florida grant. Though there are other grants, other mechanisms,
Mhm.
but we just need to make sure that we don't miss those opportunities and have the right setup to take advantage of the funding from Palm Beach County in synergy with the other opportunities.
It's a good partnership here is what we're trying to accomplish. The other thing is we asked Palm Beach County to put it on their legislative priority, both federally, state-wise as well. So this meeting happened right before session started, and we are partnering with their lobbyist there and trying to pull everyone's lobbyist staff, everything in together so that we're all pushing for the same project and success. We have also discussed the legislative appropriation for any of that. I want to do it after we have questions.
Well, the legislative appropriation, it doesn't deal directly with the 640 acre expansion of the M1 impoundment. It actually is for mitigation of the western section of the MZO Canal west of the M1 impoundment. And that is to mitigate, remove vegetation, and reinforce the spoil mound there.
So are there any questions at this point, or is Rudder available? So we're not totally, I know he's out of town, but he did say that he would at least join us. So,
I got a text from him saying he's unable to do it.
Yeah.
oh, hi, Pat.
All right.
Yeah, he's on. So.
Hi, Pat. Thank
Good
you for
evening,
joining
everybody.
us.
Yeah.
Just sorry to
Nope,
take you away
gotcha.
from your vacation. We really appreciate it.
Is there
Okay,
anything
no
you want to add, Mr. Rudder?
No, I think Paul's got it covered pretty well.
And we thank you for your support also publicly. And sorry for interrupting your trip.
No,
Are there any
interruption.
questions?
Don't worry. I'm not.
Are there any questions that you all might have?
Just a clarification, when you were talking about, we would be able to use the funds with the flexibility grant that we fall under it because of the flood control and whatnot. But then did you say something about, something may not have us fall under that? But did I miss something?
No, I just wanted to make the point, the 640 and all the components for drainage all fall solid underneath the Florida Resilient Florida grant. You'll get points for that. The points are very geared towards projects that are ready to construct.
Okay,
Uh,
and we're still in the beginning, okay.
and but it doesn't hurt to put an application in early, and then they'll come back with comments, and then and you can update it next year, and then you'll gain more points based on the changes that you being more ready. The other side was those components to lift water and move water backwards are the components that are not currently considered by the Resilient Florida.
It's more considered supply is what I believe he said earlier. So we are piecing these together, but we felt very, very strongly that we needed to bring, at least as a brief update, we needed to bring it to y'all's attention so that you know what progress is being made. And that, if there's any ideas or support that you'd like us to focus on, we appreciate Supervisor Johnson's input and assistance on the Water Resource Task Force, as well as the Chair, County Commissioner Greg Weiss as well, because without that, we couldn't be in this position that we are right now. I like to go at a little bit faster pace than Paul does. So, I'm not as patient maybe as he is, but that's why we make a good team.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just quickly. Oh, yeah, no, that's okay. No, it's fine. So just quickly, it's actually in 13.1 under grants and RFPs, but it is pertinent to this. So we have requested through Congressman Mass' office to be part of the upcoming development, Water Resource Development Act, which is primarily geared for U.S. Army of Corps engineer projects, but we may be able to get into that. And if we are able to be included, it works a little different than your normal federal appropriation. It is allowed, it is an allowable act for special districts. So that funding, unlike other federal funds, we are eligible for it. And right now we put in for the full $75 million project.
Thank you.
So,
And-
and also, Ms. Bach, who works for Reuben Turnbull, is actually working with U.S. Senator Scott's office to get his buy-in, and also with another U.S. Congresswoman who serves as a minority ranking member on the House Appropriations.
Thank
So
you.
to try to round up some support for it.
Thank you. And I just want to put it out there for the residents that may not be aware. You know, we talk about the initial phase of this project with the surface water running upwards of $20 million, but the entire project of the 640 could be upwards of $100 million. So receiving these funds from grants and all of these, you know, partnerships where we can get this Resilient Florida money, state money, federal money, everything combined saves our taxpayers, because I can't imagine our taxpayers having to foot $100 million bill. So I really appreciate everybody's hard work in making this happen and working together to make this happen, because this is going to be crucial if we have a major rain event like we saw back in 2012. And while the district has made improvements, you know, with culverts and swales and all of that, this is an integral part of it. And having this 640 acres to be able to send the water and store it or release it if there's too much is going to be very important for the future of the district and its residents. So thank you all very much. And Michael, thank you for being part of that task force, and Sluggett and Paul and Pat and Commissioner Weiss, thank you all very much for seeing the need for this for our residents. Thank you.
I'd like to speak now.
Just a point of clarification, the total project cost is 75 million, but maybe in a few years it could be 100.
Right, exactly, because it could just very well be, right, as of right now, we anticipate 75, but you know, as prices increase, that will likely increase too.
Sadly, Madam Chair or Madam President, that is exactly what we're up against, is that every year the prices keep doubling. So, you know, none of us have as much patience. So we really need to be focusing and prioritizing and really collaborating. So.
So I have a few questions. When we say $75 million, what is that cost of? Just the 640?
Sorry, there's basically two configurations to the impoundment. One, you do above ground impoundment like we already have. You don't dig down the impoundment. You have to build a levee. You have to have a control structure to get the water in, which would be a gravity structure from the existing impoundment to the new one, and a gravity structure to get it out. So those components are consistent with both projects. The above ground has an internal ditch, just like the 720 existing impoundment. When you go to the larger cost impoundment, you start digging out the bottom. We can take our control water down to 16 NGVD in the wet season. So existing ground's about 20, 24, 20.5. So that's an additional 4 feet of vertical storage. So you gain a tremendous amount of vertical storage. When you dig an impoundment down to that elevation, you don't leave it at that elevation. It's a complete mess to maintain. You either leave it higher than that, so it can be have uplands and You can mow it, et cetera, or you dig it deeper. The concept with the second concept is to dig it deeper so it becomes surface water, a lake. So that's why it's so much more. It's an excavation project.
So, and I understand that, and I remember the discussions. I actually was at all the meetings and I helped negotiate getting the 640 acres. But when we talked about it in 2015, 2016, the price was $25 million to do the full excavation, and that number was shocking then. So I wanted to clarify that doing that exact same project that we talked about in 2016 is $75 million, which is, yeah, dramatically more. And so I'm wondering what's contributed to that increase, because surely that's not just construction. And I know that we also had an approach that we had discussed that we were going to have in-house work. So I just want to put that out there. Now, when we're talking about this map and what the Water Task Force is working on, and by the way, I appreciate any help that we get with respect to our drainage. But can you clarify what your goals are? Like what, because I remember the LA Basin, was that CERT or was that, okay? And there's been a number of different drainage projects that have gone forward. There was the property that, and there's going to be a reserve that is north of 100th, right? FWC is going to have storage there that was approved by the Army Corps. So what is the county's part in this? Is there other infrastructure as part of what you're supporting in sort of this partnership? Or are you just supporting the 640 acres being built? I'm just trying to put it all together.
Right now, the funding looks like it should be focused on the 640, the sooner part of it. And I'm talking about the 640 above ground, 4 feet, not the excavation part, because that can probably be funded much more quicker than the more ambitious project.
Right, okay. And so the yellow lines that are on this map, can you just, I think I know what it is, but can you just, there's no legend here, and for the people that are here in the public, what do those yellow lines mean?
Those are basin boundaries. So the JW Corbett area is all part of the LA basin, of which Indian Trail is also part of the basin, but it has the right to discharge to the C-51, both 200 CFS on peak and additional quite a bit more off peak. So they're just to show you that is the LA basin, and it is what was designated for the monies to be used in that basin.
So essentially, can anybody point to on the map where we're talking about? Because like I said, I understand it, I know it, but I want to make sure that everybody else knows what we're talking about.
In terms of
So it's the squiggly line, and then it goes around the acreage proper with,
Here.
Yeah.
Paul,
Okay.
or sir, we're gonna go there.
I'll start up. You got Dupuy.
Go slow so Kara can follow.
Yeah, Dupuy, Corbett, which is the southwest half. There's this line, the squiggly is the kind of divide where the water goes towards the C-18 basin. Then you come down and it encompasses Indian Trail, runs to the west, and then you got White Fences and Deer Run, if I remember correctly. You've got the Fox Trail, sorry. This is only part of the basin because of the interchange for the district's operation. This is the old basin. You've got, this is the 600, this is the existing 720 impoundment, and the new 640 would be right next to it.
And the blue lines are the M1 basin.
Correct.
And so down below, where, Fox Trail and White Fences are, you'll notice that there's a yellow line, and that portion that is to the east of that yellow line is the M2 basin, which is specifically excluded.
Yeah, it's the M2 is part of the C51 basin. So
Right, okay. I want that for the record for everyone. And that's why one of the things about the M1 basin is that we can only assess residents that are in the M1 basin for the 640 acre drainage project, because the impoundment benefits them solely, okay? My question is that where that line is, that is just to the north, where the little, we call it the top hat. So where that squiggly line starts, which is the extension of Seminole Pratt, right? So that yellow line runs just to the north of 100th Canal, correct?
yes,
Okay, and then on the other side of that, the county or FWC, someone has also has a canal there. Correct? Just to the north. So my question is that, we as a board have long supported the extension of Seminole Pratt. That property that's to the north there is the Moss property. And we supported it going east, basically where that yellow line is, because the county purchased back that right away. And the extension of Seminole Pratt was supposed to run along there. And then I guess now they're talking about going the range line. Originally, it was going to connect with the Avenir Road and going to Coconut that would go to the B line. So I'm just curious if you know whether the intention is to continue that, or are we going to be substituting that property that the county owns for that?
okay, so followed everything you said. There's one little thing. I believe you said Moss property when you meant to say Mecca property.
Mecca property, sorry.
Yeah.
Moss is west,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, they both start with M.
Okay.
So yes, and I don't normally deal with roads, but I am the project manager for the combined project to extend Pratt and Whitney to provide drainage to the existing utilities for WUD and to continue that route up to Northwest Fork and to prepare for the extension of the road. So we are working with the engineering public works staff and have let contracts with Mock Roost to do the conceptual design to extend the Seminole Pratt Whitney Road along the land that Palm Beach County retained
Purchase back.
when the purchase back, basically going along the south side of Mecca and then up along the east side. We were going to initially tie in to Avenue Road, but Palm Beach Gardens voted against that. So now we're exploring paths to go up and across a different path up along, which will be more challenging, up along the preserve and connect to Coconut Boulevard north of the development.
Okay, so do you know, well, I guess I don't need to go to that level of detail. I'm just wondering if there's enough of an easement there with the canal that runs along there for the county to actually build that road.
Yes, the easement's 260 feet wide. There is a FPL occupies 100 of it, but we can use part of that area for drainage swales. It's tight on the south end. On the other side where it's 260 without any FPL, there's plenty of room. So,
Okay,
but there will be changes. Those canals with steep slides and slopes that we would not want to maintain. So we'll be redoing things to make it more sustainable, but there is sufficient room for that.
okay. And my last question, which is the $1 million question, is
Only $1 million?
So I heard you mention the Loxahatchee River and sending water. That was also what the Mecca, whatever that project is now called. Okay. So Jay, your opinion as our engineer has always been that the modeling that was done by South Florida Water Management for that water storage area on the Mecca property relied on water when we wouldn't have water to give. And so it was always the board's position that we could not commit to anything with respect to that project because we cannot make an agreement or a commitment that would essentially send our water when we need it. Likewise, the issue with respect to a lot of the plans is that, for example, West Palm Beach, when we need to get rid of water, they can't take it. So how is this plan going to resolve that? And I want to make sure that the district is not going to be in a situation where we have to give water when we don't have it to give, but that we're benefiting from a drainage perspective because we can already do the 640 acres. And yes, it's a heavy lift and I don't want our taxpayers to have to pay for it. But there's also, if we're committing the district and to agree to something that is not beneficial, then there's a bigger cost to that to our residents. And do you follow me?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And so the district is looking to harvest water, and your key point is it needs to be excess water, not water that you need for your purposes. And we've briefed the entire task force and my chain of command, and Jay and I both communicated to the core project that they will have to turn off during the dry season. They will have to not tap in the water until it gets above the dry season control or is very close to it with coordination, because you guys need that, have no other source of water currently to bring it in to replace it. And you rely on that water for fire protection. So this is an issue that we've brought up to their attention. There's plenty of excess water in the wet years, the dry years, they're going to have water already in the reservoir. And that's one of the reasons why they have 4 ASR wells for long-term storage. The modeling didn't handle a lot of those details. Jay and I looked at the water availability. We think there's available there. That wasn't the details on those criterias, but we've expressed those concerns and we'll continue to follow up on them.
So Supervisor Argue, great questions. And quite frankly, there are a lot of moving parts here. And there are going to be a lot of agreements and a lot of give and take needed. But certainly we are only interested in working on things collaboratively that will protect and help with our water systems. And if we can, that's why we partnered. If there's anything that we can, help in the regional basis, great. But, certainly that's our first priority. Correct.
Well, and I 100% support sending water to a water storage area rather than to the ocean. I'm all fine with that. But I also am very protective over our district water. When I say our district water, I'm talking about, we have wells, and the majority of the people that live in our area want to keep their wells. They like their wells. So if we're being sucked dry, people can't be on wells anymore. And by the way, that would also impact their sewers and or their septic systems. So I don't want to lose sight of that priority for the district, because that's something we've always talked about.
100%. And any of the septic to sewer conversions and everything, it's been made very clear in our Water Resource Task Force meeting that this area has not even envisioned that that's where they want to be. So it's protective that way.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I could talk for probably an hour, but I just want to answer one question.
No.
I want to answer one thing that was thrown out. The major difference between the cost when we originally presented this, so that you understand that half of the reason, we gave cost for in-house work.
True.
Rob and crew would go out there and build this impoundment. These costs that we're quoting to you now are bid prices. When you get into grants and appropriations, you don't do it in-house typically. You typically are required to go out. So we're giving you quotes of what it will probably cost when we go out to bid. And they are updated. It's probably double just construction costs. And then when you go outside, it's doubled again.
Through the chair, we, to Jay's point, we specifically have talked about both because our intention is to keep cost as reasonable and as effective, efficient as we possibly can. And so we're mindful of all of that, even with grants included. I do want to just say one thing on closing. The Corbett levy, and I want to make sure Supervisor Argue hears this because you were one of the first to start with this, is that in essence, we didn't get to do a kickoff, but we'll be able to do a finale, if you will. And it is supposed to be and projected to be done by June 2026. So any other updates to that, Paul?
I'd just like to add what I would call a factoid. The 640 acres, every foot of that is 1 million cubic yards. So 4 feet's 4 million cubic yards. If you have to dig it out, load it in a truck and take it someplace, $10 is a really low number. So you can see $40 million right there. So it's just mind boggling sometimes how much these costs add up when you talk about these big projects.
And back to my factoid, Corbett levy will be done June 2026,
I look
correct?
forward to that.
Just want to make sure.
Exactly.
Or yours, board, to
Yeah.
be honest.
I'm
I should be
looking forward. You're looking
congratulated.
behind.
I'm looking absolutely forward to that finale.
Thank you all.
Just quick.
That's okay.
Yeah, Mr. Linton, a few months ago when we met, because I can't recall the number you quoted, but how much is an acre of property that you can use for store water, to store water now in Palm Beach County? Because I know when we were talking about the M2 impoundment.
Okay, so a large reservoir like the C43 and C44 or the phase C51 phase 2 is going for the store for a single acre feet is $20,000. So that's why when you're talking about the A2 reservoir, which is 240,000 acre feet, it's $4 billion.
Good point. Anything else for us?
Thank you for the presentation. And thank you I know how hard you're working on this and how vital this is. I'm going to speculate that, once this continues to move on, it's going to, we're going to, bring this up to the public. They're going to hear about it. They're going to see millions of dollars. I know how important it is to build these relationships to try to get the majority of this paid for, which would be phenomenal. And I think it's a good reminder of the folks who don't remember or maybe weren't here, how much this area has grown over the years. And for those who don't remember what happened in 2012 here and the flooding that we received, if that happened today, it would be even much worse than what happened in 2012. So this project is absolutely vital for our community. So just keep that in mind. And thank you again for everything.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Chair, may introduce Mr. Knoll, Mr.
Yes.
Ekloff.
You're ready for
again
us?
with
6.2.
Yes.
Okay, 6.2. Yes, my name is Nate Eckloff. I'm a managing director with the firm of Piper Sandler. And along with me is Andrew Mon, assistant vice president with Piper Sandler. And we both had the opportunity to work with the district in 2022. First on the R3 issue, the larger issue that was done earlier in the year. And then later in the year, we were able to achieve a smaller private placement for the district as well for Unit 20, excuse me. So those financings both turned out very well. And again, appreciate the opportunity to have worked with the district. Tonight, what we'd like to do, understanding that there may be some borrowing in the future. Clearly, if there's grant funding or whatnot available, that's the first choice, obviously, because a lot less expensive to get grants. But there could be some borrowing in the future. So what we'd like to just briefly do is give you a quick rundown of what your outstanding debt is, then talk a little bit about what a possible $20 million bond issue would look like. We're just We didn't really pull it out of the air, but we were just trying to make a best guess of what that would look like in today's market, and then give you a rundown of where we see the economic outlook. We'll try and keep this very short, but obviously interest rates have gone up since 2022. They're working their way back down. And to that end, I'm going to hand this off to Andrew Ma and let Andrew get into the more detailed discussion. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Nate. And it looks like we have the slides being pulled up here. And we can go ahead and tab forward to the second slide. Yeah, no worries.
Harry, I was trying to share that. So. Cause I can consider. So. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. So first we run through a little bit about the district's outstanding debt. We've listed out here the two issuances that Nate was referring to, the Series 2022 publicly offered bonds for Unit R3. Currently, that has a principal balance of about 12.2 million, and the repayment schedule for that is shown on the bottom left here. About a little over $1 million of annual debt service every year until 2043. Second is that Unit 20 loan that Nate also mentioned. The debt service schedule for that shown on the bottom right here. And then lastly, not listed here, but also, of course, on the district's balance sheet is the Series 2015 loan for Unit 18, and that's outstanding in about $3.2 million. Don't want to dwell on the outstanding debt too much, and we want to look forward. So moving on to slide 3. As Nate mentioned, we took a look at a sample $20 million bond issuance at today's rates, understanding that the project cost round given availability of grants and such, we ran just a sample $20 million financing. These numbers can be extrapolated, if the project cost comes out higher and you need to borrow more, let's say it's hypothetically 40 million, you could double these numbers and use that for projections or whatnot. Or if it came in lower, same thing. But at today's rates, assuming a 20 financing, we would see debt service of about 1.43 million over 20 years, and that's at today's rates. Other structures are available to the district, of course, 15 years, 25 years, whatever best meets the needs of the district and its assessment payers. The last thing I want to mention here is that, these are based on today's rates, and kind of the two main factors that'll drive the interest rate and debt service of a potential financing is one, the market conditions. Today, interest rates are a little bit elevated than they have been over the past 10 years. And the credit rating. So back in 2022, for the public offered bonds, we were able to get a very strong AA rating for the district, which lowered the borrowing cost immensely. And we would hope to do that again for any upcoming financing as well. Any questions on these sample figures? Fantastic. And moving on to slide.
I just,
Second, please.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
it's not necessarily for you, it's for staff, and maybe we can come back to it, but based on the fact that it would only be the M1 basin that would be paying for the impoundment, have we figured out what that would translate to for a payment? Because right now, the R3 for a normal lot, I think, is about $82 in debt service. So, but this is going to be spread out over less people. So what does that translate to?
Well, I don't have that exact number, but that's something we can certainly get. This is more just to give you a general idea based on what the current market conditions are. But yeah, we would, as we advance further with the water control plan towards this project and towards if we have to use bonding for this project, we'd certainly get that.
Well,
But I can. get that
I
number.
just want to, I think it's a compelling argument when we're lobbying with respect to the 640 acres about what the cost would be to our residents over and above what they're already paying. So that's why I asked that question.
Yeah.
That's something that Mr. Fowler can work on.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
If I may, we'd be glad to work through that. Could probably work something up like what it would cost per $1 million per number of units. And can work with the staff to help come up with the numbers so you could have something you could work with. So as part of our job as an underwriter for the district, that's what we would help do, just so you know. You're welcome.
And that is a very important part of the kind of financial analysis that goes into structuring this financing both from a credit perspective and of course, meeting the needs of the district and its assessment payers.
Thank you.
Looking over the interest rate slide here, the top chart here outlines long-term tax exempt and taxable interest rates. So tax exempt interest rates are the benchmark curve that the district borrows off of. That's this orange line here. These are 30-year interest rates. So we would call that the long end of the yield curve. And you can see over the past 10 years, the average is about 3%. Today, we're a little higher than that. I'll just point out a few spots on the timeline here. You know, back in 2020, COVID happened. Interest rates plummeted to near zero rates. If you borrowed this time, you could probably be called a genius today. In 2022, the Fed started raising rates. The district entered the market in early 2022, which we thought was a very good time, and achieved a very low borrowing cost for the R3 bonds and followed that up with the Unit 20 placement. Since then, rates have risen due to various geopolitical events, economic circumstances. For example, in April of last year, Liberation Day, with the imposition of tariffs across multiple countries, added a lot of volatility to the market. Since the beginning of this year, interest rates have been relatively stable. The market is predicting an economic slowdown, whether that means a soft landing, as some like to say, a hard landing, as others like to say, is yet to be determined. But nonetheless, an economic slowdown is typically seen as being favorable for interest rates or having the potential to lower interest rates, as investors typically like to move their money towards safer fixed income investments like bonds. The other factors, of course, the Federal Reserve and the expectation for what they are going to do throughout this year is outlined on the next slide here. So the market is currently pricing in 1 to 2 25 basis point cuts through the end of 2026. In the news today, the Federal Reserve announced that they are not cutting rates today, which was expected by the market, but there is still the expectation for up to 2 rate cuts to the end of 2026. And we think that would prove well for the potential district financing to occur within a year or perhaps beyond that. In addition to that, there's a lot of discussion about the federal chairman position. Currently Jerome Powell, but his term is up here shortly, and the president has announced that he has a successor in mind to replace him. It's expected that the president will want to enforce a lower interest rate environment, which would be very favorable for the economy, make him look better, and of course, reduce the federal deficit, which I think has been a hot topic issue for the federal government. So the current expectation is for rates to decline through 2026, which I think would be great for the district and a potential financing. And that's all we've prepared, and we are open to taking any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I always love you guys when you give your updates where we're at because you hear lots of things out there, but when you're talking to somebody who's dealing with the dollars and cents every day, it makes a difference. And it certainly should help guide our board in decisions that we make because all of the things that we're talking about, even as investors, affects our taxpayers. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to tie it all together, so as we're progressing, this puts us in a prime position if the board does decide that you want to pursue bonds sometime in late 26 or 27. Everything that we're doing now puts us right in that mark. So that's why I thought it was important to have them here tonight. So thank you for
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
bringing the cold.
Yeah, you're right. And we'll be
Yes.
glad to work through those numbers with you as well. So
Yep.
we'll be in touch,
Yes.
later next week perhaps.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to continued working with you all.
Have a safe
Yep.
trip back.
Yes, have a warm weekend. So,
Yes, I say that to you, but
yeah.
you're going to colder.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, now on to item 8, our regular agenda, 8.1, bid award for the M0 Canal outfall structure. Mr. Foy?
Sure. As you're aware, we went out to bid for the M0 structure. The bid opening was January 15th, and we've had a few days to analyze the bids. We went through all the bids. There were 8 bids submitted. 2 were incomplete. 1 didn't have a price. So there were 7 bids submitted with the price, but 1 of those was incomplete. We have evaluated, and the 6 complete bids were not evaluated. We evaluated the 4 lowest. We didn't think we'd get further than that for sure. When the bids were first read in no particular order, I got a little bit of a scare in that the first 3 bids were 2.9 million to 3.9 million. We expected it to come in under 2 million. The next 4 bids, however, were also grouped, but they were from 1.348 to 1.605. So that is an indicator that it is a good bid. If you just have one person, it is out of order, high or low, particularly low, because you wouldn't give it the high. You immediately have to question if they understood the bid package. But we evaluated, all the bids are submitted, and as I said, 6 were complete. The low 4 bidders were evaluated for responsiveness and if essentially, can they do the project? The answer was yes. There is no reason to not award it to the lowest bidder, and I'll probably not pronounce this right because it's in my handwriting, Fiera Construction Company. Their bid was, is that right?
Ferrera.
$1,348,603.62. Why they put 62 cents in, but they did.
Oh, they're smart. They're watching their pennies. Yeah, they're 62 cents with inflation.
So the specific motion, I believe the attorney reviewed and has the wording of the motion. So if you so choose, you are the people who choose who gets the bid, who gets the contract. You would authorize the executive director you would authorize the board president to sign the contract with subject to legal and engineering typically. And then, Frank, did you want to just address any of the waivers or such?
Not specifically, but the motion is as indicated on your agenda. In 6 elements, basically. Or 5, excuse me.
5.
First, receive and file the 6 complete responses to the invitation to bid. So those big packages become part of the record. Waive any minor irregularities in the bid that do not involve price, scope, or schedule. 3, award the contract to the lowest bid from a responsible and responsive bidder, Ferrera Construction Company, in the amount of $1,348,603.62. Next, direct staff to prepare a contract subject to legal review with the Ferrera Construction Company and authorize the president to execute the contract when it is approved by the attorneys.
And I just going to add real quick, while we were in Tallahassee, the appropriation we are requesting from Tallahassee goes towards this project for $350,000. We're hopeful There's of course no guarantee this year. We did receive one last year, so, and, you know, their state is looking to tighten their belt, so to speak, but we are hopeful, and of course, that would go towards paying for this project.
Madam Chair, one other item is that the contractor, we required them to build this before the wet season, and the contractor has in his timeline that he can do it in less time than we anticipated. So it would get built if awarded and the
Prior-
contract goes forward
Get them
prior to the wet season.
Right, we wouldn't see the appropriation if we were to get it for a long time. But I did check the company out, and yeah, they are certainly capable, from what at my research.
One question is, so what you just said in terms of the appropriation we're working on now, that's in addition to the grant that we already have. Right, so the appropriation is completely separate and is not offsetting these costs. So did we budget this amount for this grant already?
I believe yes, we have to budget, if you recall.
In order to get the grant?
In order
Right.
to get the grant, but you also have to take, this amount and also have it within your budget.
The full amount, the
Yeah.
1.3. So just to be clear, because these numbers are not in my recollection. So I just want to be clear, we have that money currently in our budget.
Yeah, thank you, because yes, so
Okay.
right here, if you see, that this is, well, sorry, my mouse is acting up here.
The 1.348.
Yeah, that's total project cost. This is our amount that we budgeted, 700 something.
And we're going to get 630 back.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other question I have is that,
I'm sorry, because I'm so sorry. I just want to clarify. So the appropriation that we're pursuing isn't directly related to this outfall project. It is intended to help secure the canal leading up to this outfall, because this is the canal that's had the breaches in the past.
I just wanted it
Yeah,
clear
yeah,
on the
I
record
know.
that this is the MO project that we've been working on for at least the past 5 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, so we adopted a policy regarding choosing bidders, and I don't see anything in here in terms of rating. We wanted to have an out where if there was a reputation that we had an out with the lowest bid, if it was not sufficient. So because it's not in the backup, I want to make sure that we actually looked at that policy and we use that as part of our selection process.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get it back up, but the tabulation that Mr. Floyd was talking about the 4 lowest bidders, they were both responsive and responsible, meaning they met all the criteria, the engineering design, and then we found them to be responsible, that they can actually do the project to the engineering design and scope.
Okay, all right. So with that, I'll move to make the motion. Do you want me to restate it, Frank, or just as you already stated?
I think it as already stated.
Okay. all
And
right,
it's
so
as
I'll
printed
move.
on the agenda.
I don't have hold on, I don't have a screen yet. Scarlett? Okay. Public comment?
Yeah.
Do we have public comment? None, okay. Motion's passed. 8-2, bid award, the Coconut Park Pier. Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Hanson, who's, okay.
So
At this point, the peer has gone through the bid process. We did have a company that, we actually had 3 companies that bid. There was one that met all the requirements. They happened to be the lowest bidder. That's the one that we would recommend going forward with at this point. It is a little bit higher than what FEMA has approved. FEMA has approved 105,000 towards that particular line item. So the district will have to cover some of the extra expenses. We did get the permit approved as of today. So the only thing left with that at this point is to pay the final fee and then attach the contractor to it. Once the agreement is done, or is executed, they'll be starting the next day. So, and they are aware of the tight deadline.
So they can get it completed by the FEMA deadline?
They claim to, yes, they said 45 days.
And we have the $141,000 difference?
No, we do not. It was not budgeted, because the cost exceeded what was being estimated at the time during the budget process.
Right.
When we did the application with FEMA, I actually asked for more than double what we actually got approved for. So it's,
And there's no going back to FEMA?
no, we might be able to move a couple minor things around, but it wouldn't be enough to cover it.
Well, I want to be clear about that. If we move things around, number one, I'm a little, express this, a little concerned about doing that because that impacts other aspects.
Right,
The Coconut Park restoration.
right.
But the other thing is, in my years of experience with FEMA, you start messing around with that. And when they come back to do an audit in 5 years, it doesn't matter if you have it in writing with a signature from them. They're like, nope, that's not what. So
Right.
I don't.
And it could
want to
take that
count on
long,
that,
right.
and we'll see, but
And it could
I
take that long to
still,
see the money anyway.
I think we're taking a risk. So yeah, that we wanted to bring this forward because, you don't really have much
Choice?
choice in this. And, right now we have enough in our capital
That's what my
projects
next
for
question.
parks where we could move something around. And one of the things, without getting into a lot of it, and they didn't bring it up because it was not permitted, but Mr. Eckloff and Mr. Mall are trying to help us find some financing for the ACP lakes and
Mhm.
maybe also for the other projects as well, which would be much cheaper and at a better rate. So
Okay, so we can move that money from there.
potentially,
Right,
but we would have to come back to the board.
right,
and-
of course.
Do that, so, but right now, we want to keep this moving forward because the timeline for FEMA is very
Right,
tight.
very tight. And we can't risk losing that, 105,000.
Few things for the record. I might have missed it when I was missing in action because I was sick. But did we approve the actual bid packages before they were sent out? Or did we, like the scope of work, did the board approve the scope of work on both projects, or it was just the engineering?
Well, I believe it was the engineer.
And stuff,
Like,
okay.
yeah, so.
So this is simply to restore the park from the tornado,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So if there were no FEMA, which is quite possible, we won't have FEMA to rely on, that we are responsible to restore the district works and we wouldn't be getting the money. So did we budget nowhere or anywhere, I guess is the question. But what I'm hearing is that we never budgeted any amount, even though we knew that we had this park project from the tornado damage. Is that correct? Because we knew that when we did the last budget. Okay. So don't we have over $1.2 million set aside for parks
Yeah.
that the board has not allocated?
Well, you've allocated them during the budget process for ACP lakes, the Temple Park, resurfacing, And there's something else I can't think of it.
So have we spent the 1.2 million then?
No, that's what I was saying earlier,
Okay.
is that you could reallocate it and then we could try to get financing, so.
Well, how much are we short is what I'm trying to get at.
Well,
If we had 1.2,
100, yeah, about
No.
140.
no, that's not what I'm talking. If we set aside previously $1.2 million that was not to be used until the board directed it, and we've already allocated some of those funds in the budget for other park projects, how much money is left from the $1.2 million?
I'll have to. Sure. I'd have to do that.
Okay, and then my next question is, do we have a reserve fund for the parks?
Well, we do have the fund balance or reserve. so-
Yes, okay.
so we can pull it from that.
So,
That's-
so I would like to include that in my motion, okay? So the motion is to receive and file the 3 complete responses to the ITB. And number 2, to waive any minor irregularities and bid not involving price, scope, or schedule. Award a contract to the lowest bid from the responsive and responsible bidder, SoCal Shaker Plates and Construction Site Services LLC, DBA National General Construction, in the amount of $246,000. Direct staff to prepare a contract, subject to legal review, and 5, authorize the president to execute the contract. Number 6, I'd like to add, which would be to direct staff to move the remaining of the $1.2 million that we set aside for parks, whatever that amount is, and to use the balance. Is that from the 1.2?
No, that's what it was for.
The difference, okay.
So we want the 341
So that's going to come from the reserve.
from the fund balance.
Yes, from the reserve, because that's what special districts use is
Right.
reserves, okay? So those things, and then I also would like you to report those specific numbers to the board for the record.
Madam President. To follow up also on what Supervisor argues, saying, since the contract, once the contract is signed, you're going to be required to pay $246,000 to this contractor. So,
So you want me to direct the 246 from,
well, I wouldn't, as an attorney, authorize this president to sign unless it's assured that those funds are going to be there to pay that deficit.
so I'll amend my motion to add that prior to execution of the contract by the president, that staff shall verify that the $246,000
Basically assure that the full amount of funding is available.
and to apprise the board. He can do it by writing,
Correct.
sending an email to the board, and that should be sufficient. But we're going to get some of it back, right? So, okay.
So basically what you're saying is we're going to take the 246 from the reserve and then when FEMA reimburses us at some point down the road, that will go back into the reserve.
If that's what you're doing, yes, you
Okay.
can do that.
Okay,
Just
that's not what my
clarify.
motion said.
Right, that's
I'm-
that's
I'm
why we need to
motion-
clarify that.
Oh,
My
not gonna-
motion was that whatever the difference is from the 246 and what we have, whether it's 105, I don't know. I'm not looking at. Okay. So the remainder should come from the R2 or the parks balance. And if we have to go into the parks reserve, then we authorize the staff to do so. And the amount that we're going to be reimbursed can also come from the reserve. That's what we're approving.
You're not
Correct.
approving a contingent contract, contingent on funds not being available at the time the contract is signed, but that's, I'm just.
Yes.
So
repeating what
basically-
you're
Staff is
saying
going to
another-
verify that we have those funds as directed, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what my motion reads.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Do you really want me to go through that? Okay. All right, so from number 5, well, actually, before, hold on.
Yeah.
Can I finish making my motion? Thanks. All right, so before number 5, because before the president is going to sign. So number 5 should actually now read that staff is to verify. Let's make it simple. Staff is to verify that there's $246,000 in reserve and or park funds.
If I may,
Yeah.
so to maybe simplify this, right now you have basically for capital outlay, which we have not spent anything out of it. We have just over 500,000. So you could in essence take the balance of 141 out of that. And then later on, when we go forward with another project, then at that time we could properly pull from the 1.2 million in reserve.
What I'm trying to avoid
Right, and
is to create a record that we're using the balance of the 1.2 and then we don't down the road go and try to spend it again.
Right.
So
And the reimbursement will come later back into the reserve.
it will go to the park
Frank is
reserve
saying-
that was used.
People are saying that we can go into this contract based on. the
Contingent.
Right.
Right.
So.
So-
The funds from Cleveland.
Well, yeah, I guess what I said is, you can take the whole 240,000 out of the
From the
500
reserve.
without touching the reserve till later
Okay.
on where you do another, and then we can bring it forward. But if you guys want to do it this way, you can do it that.
Can I ask a question? Because
Yeah.
when you talk about the reserve, this is a park responsibility. Not everybody pays into parks, so we have to make sure it's coming from the park reserve. Okay, and then, the other issue is that, didn't we set aside money when we did the 5-year plan for the grant fundings?
Yeah, we have that money as well.
Okay, and I guess, and that money is locked in, so we can't touch that.
Well, we
Or-
can't touch it. The board can say, you know what, because this is.
But then it messes up another grant.
Potentially, yes, but
Okay.
remember, when we get money back from grants, we put, and this is district board policy, we put whatever reimbursement we get back toward matches towards that grant.
It's supposed to go in the 5-year plan.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, do we have? I just want to try and keep this simple. You
Yeah.
guys figure out
Yeah.
that the fund's there, but it has to come from the park funds.
Yeah, and all I was suggesting is you, in this operating year, right now, you have allocated 500,000, 502,000 and something. That for ACP, for the lighting on the north side, Temple Park for the resurfacing.
But I'm not trying to take away from any of that. All of that needs to be done. That's gonna come up
Well,
later.
I guess what I
Yeah.
was saying is where we come back with that, then we can go into the purpose of it. If you guys want to
Okay.
do it this way, I'm not trying to complicate. I'm just saying, you do
Okay.
have some availability for your actual annual operating
Okay,
fiscal budget.
except that it's not an annual operating fund, and that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
avoid.
yeah.
It is a park expense, so I want to make sure it's coming from park
It-
funding.
Well, when I say operate, I'm not talking, it's not coming out of maintenance, it's coming out of what we allocated for capital outlay for this
Okay.
fiscal year.
All right.
So it is not
right.
impacting the operations.
So do you want me to say that we're gonna take it from that and you're gonna reimburse that with the balance from the 1.2 and whatever we need from reserve, the 105 that you were talking about? Okay. Then number 6 becomes authorize the president to execute the contract. I forget what else I said now. Oops. I think it was just about funding, wasn't it, Frank?
Yes, I think that's,
And you wanted it
Well-
before the president signed, so that's fine.
yes, I
That's
wanted
fine.
assurance before the president signs contract. I don't want to have a contract. Wouldn't recommend to have a contract signed that's going to bind you at that moment to pay a substantial amount of funds without having the funds
So are you
assured
saying-
somewhere. designated. I,
You can't sign it anyway, so.
I'm not
Okay.
expressing an opinion on where the staff is going to get the money from. That's not a legal issue. That's an internal issue.
Okay, that was confusing. I'm not even sure what just happened there. And I know you got a little bit more history on this, but I don't feel comfortable with everything you just said at all. So I would like Mr. Hanson, please, I want to know what staff's opinion is on this of the best route to take, because that, I'm not sure anybody grasped that. So,
Yeah. What Ms. Argy stated,
yes, please.
it is legitimate and you can do it. All I said is you also have another alternative. You can go with either one that the board chooses. I just wanted you to know that there is available funds in capital, in the what we call the capital outlay budget of fiscal year 26. If you want to take it out of the 1.2 million reserve and then put it back in when we get the 105,000 back from FEMA, you can certainly do that.
Is there a benefit or a negative from doing it either way? Will the results be the
It's the
same?
same, you're spending the money.
I understand that.
It's just from an accounting. It doesn't really matter whether it comes from the operating budget or from the fund, from the reserve that Ms. Argy said. So you can do it either way. I was just trying to help Frank if there would be an issue for the reserve. This is saying not, and there's really, I don't see any reason why it can't. So you can
Okay.
do either one. I just.
And then transfer the money with it, but
Yeah. It's so. Capital out, it's coming.
can I just explain?
Well, you explained good already. I'm with you. Go ahead,
Okay.
we're good.
This is why this is important.
I understand.
We
that's why.
appropriate funds for specific purposes. We cannot go and use park funding to do something that is not in parks. And Coconut is a park, it's in the park plan. So what I do not want to have happen, because it seems this has happened, and I think what happens is that if you do not take it from the right fund, then we think that we still have money in there. So 2 months from now, somebody has some great idea, they want to do something, and oh yeah, we got funding to do it. But in fact, we don't. So I want to be very clear where the money's coming from, because the other issue is that not everybody pays into the park fund. And I don't want people who don't pay into the park fund to be paying for this. That's why I worded it the way I did.
And we have no plans. Okay.
Yeah, the thing is to add that the balance of the $1.2 million that we had, whatever that amount is to go and reimburse the improvement fund and the grant fund, the grant refund that we get, the reimbursement amount is to go back into the improvement fund when it comes in, which we've already got as a policy.
So where you have 236 from parks, it's real, I use the term operating because it's in this operating year. It's not, so you can just put parks capital outlay from the budget.
And the balance to come from reserve, parks,
Yeah, the
parks
rest of it's
reserve,
planned.
yeah.
Yeah.
And to that point, I was going to bring this up under supervisor business, but from here on out, when staff brings something to the board, I want to know where we're pulling those funds, where it was budgeted and where we're pulling it. Okay.
Yeah, this normally we do, but this was a little different because we did not budget in because of what we had asked for from FEMA. And at that time, they looked like they were fully funded. And then this came back higher than what we had.
So that's,
And you just
something for the future, if God forbid we have another storm, learn
It's
from
important.
this, yeah.
Can you just add balance to come from park reserve funds? Sorry. From park reserve funds.
What Washington's doing, just so you understand, you do have a reserve for these types of situations. So in essence, we can't always predict, and I know this was a little different because this came after the fact, but as we were working through this, board was asking us to cut the assessment for capital outlay. So that's where we looked at, and because at that time it was being estimated to be less, and it appeared that the FEMA amount would cover it. That's why we didn't charge for the assessment for the. No, yeah, I'm.
Thank you. All right. We have no calls, we have a motion. Looking for a second. We have a second. Vote please, Scarlett. Very good, motion passes. Being that it is 7:35, we're gonna move to public comment before we get into 8.3. And we'll come back to that right after. Take your time.
You want to take a break?
I think you can short.
Okay,
What I heard.
Can we take a break?
Should we? Because it's,
Oh,
yeah, let's do public comment and then we'll take a break.
yeah. Would irritate me too.
Oh, my God. Poor thing. She's been going through this for over a month.
This will break after public comment.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Going to break.
But I'm so great on our food. Which we had right before Christmas.
See that, so she was.
I know. It's No, no break. We'll break after. Sorry.
What I heard, when I clicked on it, we people could put in like comments through the portal. Right. Okay. All right, so I'll go forward first, then I.
Thank you. So 10.1 is gonna come now after 9, so just so you know, because it'll be 83901. Because that'll stay in the order of the children.
Yeah, from here you're back to 8:3.
Yes. Eddie asked for a break though after public comments.
Okay. I need to go outside and cool. It's darn
It was
hot.
hot in
You're in
here.
a short sleeve.
Yeah, I had to take my jacket off.
I'm
It's a little
always too
warm.
hot, but.
And it's gonna be freezing outside,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Okay, are we ready?
Ready? Yes, ma'am.
All right. Francesca McShane.
And before we get started, I just want to remind everybody that this is not to be a conversation or a back and forth. We're going to hear you. Staff will take note of what's going on and address the issues with you. So just for everybody, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello and good evening. My name is Francesca McShane, resident in Loxahatchee for over 13 years, ever since I retired from the United States Army.
Thank you.
Thank you. The matter I wish to discuss and bring to the board's attention is one of safety and ownership rights in regards to public right-of-way easements. On Friday, January 23rd at approximately 3:20 p.m., I was verbally harassed by a new homeowner at 7033 Hall Boulevard stating that she owns the easement and therefore no one is to park there. I eventually had to call 911 in fear of my children's safety due to her erratic behavior. This is one of many bus stops where parents have always dropped off and picked up their children. I have parked in this particular corner for the past 2 years with no issues. There are over 80 crossing guards that park on easements to ensure the safety of our children, to include this one. I have reached out to code enforcement and was informed that there are no codes in writing to enforce, and was told to reach out to the property appraiser's office to request a land survey that shows that the homeowner actually owns only up to their fence line. I have also reached out to the school district and spoke with Ms. Angela Santa Cruz, who expressed the same concerns and elevated the issue to Marcy Andrews, who elevated this issue to district regional office to include the transportation department. I was told today that they will be having a meeting to address this issue as well. Unfortunately, the officer that answered the 911 call at the scene stated that he had no idea who had jurisdiction and that he would have to look into this as well. But since she owned the home on this corner, he gave her the benefit of the doubt until we were able to get some clarification. This brings me to this meeting where I am here to ask if there is no code and nothing in writing, if you can assist me in clarifying who has the jurisdiction. If there is no law or code written, well, maybe it's time we started to create one. The following is a picture of the bus stop at 6:20 a.m. without my car lights and with my car lights, just to show how dark and dangerous this is. I ask you, what will happen if we allow homeowners to have this jurisdiction on these easements? They are public right-of-way easements. Will this affect the crossing guards that stand there? And let's say the school district does decide to move this particular bus stop, which will then inevitably change all bus routes. Parents will then still have to park at some other easement, not to mention our yearly Halloween celebration held on Citrus Grove, where numerous vehicles parked on county easement for a trunk or treat. Will this tradition also be taken away? I'm requesting, if it's possible, that someone from this administration reach out to said homeowner to educate her on where her property line ends and therefore her jurisdiction. I ask this in the interest of our children's safety and the parents' right to ensure this. Since the incident, she has been recording children walking down the sidewalk, as well as parents in their vehicles, and continued harassment. That's it.
Thank you.
Through the chair, can we direct legal to review this issue and work with staff and advise the board, please?
Yes, I'll work with
Yeah,
Mr. Hanson on it.
we were aware of the situation.
Yes.
We have.
Yes,
been compelling
thank you.
how it worked.
So. So yes, I'm aware of the situation. Ms. Francesca's reached out to me. We have been in contact with PBSO, the school district. I find this very concerning because there are, PBSO advised me, there are 80 crossing guards, and the majority of these crossing guards do park on easements, the majority of them on ITID roadways. Not to mention, I don't even know how many bus stops we have at various bus stops. And if you guys recall back in around 2003 or 4, at that very intersection, we had a bus crash into the side of an F-150. That was my call. 15 kids on a bus, one passed away. The driver of the F-150 was severely injured when the bus rolled over. So I take this very seriously. I'm glad you brought this to us to explain your situation, because if you think about this for a second, if everybody had an issue with parking on an easement, where would the crossing guards go out here? Where would our bus stops be? So this is something that I'm hoping the school district is going to be aggressive with, and PBSO. And we don't have an authority in the district here. Mr. Palin, am I correct on that, to enforce any form of?
Correct. We're not an enforcement agency. But
Okay.
the question of property rights, of who owns what in the easements, is something we can at least address and give more information.
Okay. So we will be in contact, and we'll see what kind of progress we're getting. Thank you.
Okay. Carla Bowser.
Good evening, Madam President and Supervisors. As some of you know, I'm not a podium person. It takes a lot to get me up here. But I felt compelled to share 3 facts. Don't worry, I won't name any ITID folks by name. But by the way, if I wanted to name names, I would and I could. In 2024, a federal appeals court ruled that policies against personally directed comments are unconstitutional. The ruling said such a policy, quote, actively obstructs a core purpose of the board's meeting, educating the board and the community about the community members' concerns. That's from a case against Brevard County School Board, which had to pay out $568,000 after silencing concerned moms for making personally directed comments during public meetings. I would love to know why ITID spends taxpayer money on these lawyers if a layman must teach them landmark case law. But I digress. Let me get to my 3 facts. I'll be quick. Number 1, please know I held back in my email yesterday. I didn't get into the ethics statute or the skeleton in the closet. Number 2, please note I am hereby making this board the same promise I made the county commissioners. I will be your sunshine if I must. That's a promise of transparency and accountability. Number 3, the ITID board just cost the ALA its secretary. The person whom Bob Morgan will tell you was his most diligent fellow board member. How? Well, lately, every time concerned residents publicly question this district and they happen to be affiliated with the ALA, certain ITID board members lash out at the whole ALA. In other words, I resigned as secretary to reduce the chances of the ALA facing more political retribution from this board simply because I'm now speaking out as a concerned resident. In conclusion, thank you for listening and congratulations again on further handicapping Bob Morgan, of all people. I'll leave a copy of the case law here at the podium so the lawyers can start helping you actually lower your legal liability. It's our tax dollars are risking, so let's get on that. Thank you.
I have a motion to receive and file that and give it to Frank.
That was a motion to receive and file, so the board should vote on that motion.
Aye.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Rich?
Through the chair, who seconded? Michael. Are you unanimous?
4-1.
Or 1? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Kevin Ferreira, are you here tonight? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Ferreira. I'm the owner of the property located at 12857 59th Street North. A portion of my property is intersected by an easement currently under ITID's control, which has not been designated as surplus under ITID's recently announced plans to divest certain easement sections. ITID engineers have publicly identified this strategically positioned easement as a potential site for infrastructure improvements, including but not limited to the installation of a water siphon system as referenced in their prior meeting. I have clearly and consistently voiced my opinions, objections to this proposed use of this space, both during those meetings and through public commentary. Despite this, and despite the direct implications such a project would have on my home, property access, safety, and property value, I have received no formal communication, notice, or outreach from ITID, not from Mr. Sweet's homeowners group or any community representative. And this lack of engagement is unacceptable given the potential impact on my deeded land and personal property. Accordingly, I've retained my own independent legal counsel to fully assess my rights as a homeowner and to review ITID's legally defined scope to the use of this easement. And based on this review, it's our position that the scope of this easement is limited. and the conveyance of water through a siphon system or similar infrastructure may constitute an overreach and potential breach of the easement's lawful use. So please let this public comment serve as a formal notice that I will be monitoring all activity regarding and related to this easement closely. I'll require full access to, and I will thoroughly review any and all FEMA environmental impact studies, safety assessments, engineering and structural plans, permitting documentation, and project feasibility analysis before the commencement of any work. I will not consent to any action that restricts or delays access to my property, diminishes the value of my home, introduces safety or environmental risks, or otherwise causes undue hardship to me or my family. And any attempt to proceed without proper notice, documentation, or compliance with applicable laws and regulations will be addressed accordingly. Now, I understand that these plans are in their infancy, and my intent is not to obstruct lawful activity, but I will ensure that my rights as a homeowner are fully respected and preserved. And I expect future communications regarding this matter to be directed to me promptly and formally. Thank you.
Scarlett, what was his name?
Kevin Ferrera.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify, this is the property that we own under the FPL easement? Okay, so we own it. And as I recall, this board has not approved any project, but we sure as heck would not be approving water running through on an FPL easement. So correct me if I'm wrong. Have we approved any project for that property?
We were talking strictly in future.
Right.
And it would not be open.
And because we own it already, we're not taking anybody's properties rights away because we already own it. But in the future, if we wanted to do something, we also retain that right to do it, subject to whatever the easement says with FPL. But we own the property.
Thank you.
Alexandria Larson.
It's always interesting to come here. I'd prefer not to come ever. But I'm here today because when I speak to my friends out here, there's always animosity. For some reason, it's just, we can't get away from it. But one of the things that came through my world today was the millings. I had this argument 20 years ago. There will be no millings on Harlina Drive. And I don't know if you're going to do Cheatham Hill, but it was so vague and the map is so tiny and your legend is incorrect. The colors of what's getting paved, what's done, what isn't done. It was done on Aintree between the M2 and Cheatham Hill. And the person who initiated it sold their house. Okay, that's exactly what happened. They never approached the two women that lived on Cheatham Hill. They only spoke down at the other corner. And they did the millings on that particular road, but the person who initiated sold their house. So that's something to look into when we're doing this stuff, when we're making decisions, because I don't know when these millings will get done. It could be 45 days, 60 days, but I guess I came here to just say verbally, not in front of my house, because millings are a controversial issue, whether it is poisonous or not to our wells. 20 years ago, it was decided it was. Now it's come to rear its ugly little head again. And that's the sad part of the story is they figure you'll drop that and go away or you won't fight it. If anybody knows me out here, they know I'm a fighter and they know I'll take it to the mat and I'll take it to court. I've gone to Club Fed. If I don't want something, I really don't want it. So just please look into these things when people are approaching you. Look at the people approaching you. What are their motivations and what do they want to do? Because listening to you about the L8 area, that has been ongoing for, 30 years now. And I don't think it's our responsibility to get water to the Loxahatchee. It's 40 miles that way. I don't want to pump water uphill. I don't want to put in more stuff, more noise, more anything. And I think we have a lot of things coming our way with the AI center, the data center, with FPL. FPL already takes 21 million gallons a day of fresh water. Somebody said the C-44 up there, one of the canals they take their fresh water from is the C-44, one of their 5 permits for fresh water. They do not use reclaimed water. So whenever somebody tells you reclaimed water, not happening. It ruins their equipment.
Can you give that map you have to Scarlett, please?
Yeah. I'll make a copy.
Is that a notice you received, Alex?
Yeah.
So so when we talked about millings, I want to ask a question of staff. When we talked about milling that road, when the residents came in, I wasn't under the understanding it was going around onto Harlina. Is there a reason why we need to go onto Harlina? I mean, can we stop short? It's a funky corner to begin with on both sides. So can we stop short at the last street? Because we still have to, just for the record, we have a dirt road that's along the M2 that we're still gonna have to grade and maintain. So we can just maintain it around Harlina. I wasn't aware that we were planning on doing Harlina. Just Cheatham Hill when we approve that.
That's something the board can look at, but as you know, we've conceptually talked about with 168, looking at some different things. So eventually we will be sending a grader down Cheatham Hill just to grade this portion of Harlina. So I'll leave that up to the board. If that's what the board desires, so.
Okay, will you send us the information tomorrow, please? Send it to everyone.
And also the information on what we approved, because I do not recall approving Harlina as part of it. I remember Cheatham Hill and I supported the residents that came in on that. But I did not support 168th or Harlina.
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a way to do it like we did on 94th and 190th. In the northwest section. So, yeah, and again, I don't think the Cheatham Hill Millings project starts till sometime in mid-March anyway. So
We'll have time to, okay. Thank you.
and we would probably start from the north anyway. So, but I'll talk to Rob to make sure, but we can get you the information. But if you want to take it off, we can take it off.
Okay, well, I think, yeah, just send it to us and then we'll.
I know this was sent to all residents on the street, but
It was probably sent to everyone that's along Cheatham Hill and so.
And
then
then
also-
opportunity to come back and say, so this is a very good opportunity.
No, this is, the board has designated this portion. I understand what Ms. Argy's talking about, but usually when we look at that, we don't stop it. So, but we can stop it.
I just want to say that wherever we stop on the dirt, whether it be around the corner on Harlina or we stop on Cheatham Hill, just past the street there, we're gonna have a transition regardless. So,
No, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. We can, it's
yeah,
not a problem for us to do.
okay.
And that's why I said 194. Based on the results.
Through the chair.
Well, that's all I want to see.
So I'd have to see a map of this, but also there are other residents on this road, or is this? So isn't there a 51% either approval or disapproval? Isn't it?
This project wasn't one of those.
Yeah,
It was
this
a
project-
board direction.
Yeah, this was board directed like 130th, where any road that is longer than half a mile, the board gives specific direction. Yeah.
I put it. Hearing what Burgess is saying.
Hearing, I just see that there's 2 other houses on that street that may want the.
So for the record, the board approved that project. In my recollection, what we approved was Cheatham Hill. We did not approve going around the corner on Harlina because I would have known about it. So there is no reason to go around on Harlina. Absolutely no. Because there's 2 dirt roads, 3 houses on each side in the middle for each street. On Harlina, there's only 3 houses, no houses on the other side. And so whether we stop short of Harlina, where we're gonna mill on Cheatham Hill, or we go around the corner and stop on 168, we're still gonna be transitioning to a dirt road. So why not stop before we get to Cheatham Hill? Because we're gonna have a bigger issue if we go around that corner.
Okay. Thank you. Scarlett?
Sharon Wait,
After such a long discussion about the parks, I was just, did we nail down what we were doing with Temple Park? Not yet. And what that was going to cost? We haven't talked about that.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Coming up.
Okay, good. Well, that was a question to see if that's budgeted or not budgeted or how long these, anytime I go by there, it's always busy. So I've been wondering how long it's going to take. That's all.
Scarlett?
Alan Osier,
Good evening. My name is Alan Ozier. I live at 12861 58th Place North. And I just had like 2 questions. One was I heard a rumor that they're gonna bust Persimmon into Westlake. And I'm just kind of wondering if that's true or not. I thought that was stopped. And then the other thing is the power line property between 60th and Persimmon. Are we ever going to be able to buy that or not? I mean, this has been going on a long time and I thought it was supposed to be done this month. It's pretty close to the end of the month. I don't know what the holdup is, but I'd like to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, Mr. Sweet is still working on a couple of things. He has not gotten all the documents to us, so it is not a delay on our end. Excuse me. Scarlett?
that's it for public.
That's it? Okay. All right, we're gonna take a, what do you need, Betty? 5, 10? 10-minute break, please, for everybody to stretch and thank you. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thank you. We are going to continue with 8.3, canal designation and classification. Mr. Hanson?
Yes, we have our Chief Stormwater Officer here this evening, Mr. Greg Schaefer, along with Mr. Foy and I, who can also answer questions about this. So I'll let him start, but I do want you to know we're asking for this policy to be adopted. And therefore we can begin, to make sure that for fiscal year 27, that we do have budgeted funds to start identifying these canals. And it would be over a few fiscal years.
Okay, so we're not talking about spending any money. We're just talking about creating the policy now to budget for the upcoming budget for the signage.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer?
Good evening. So currently we have 106 canals in the district. 24 of them are primary canals. Those are the canals that are our main canals, and they're the ones that discharge all our water through the district into the C-51 or the LA. The other 82 are feeder canals, and that's what they are. They take the water from the swales and the runoff, and they feed it to the primary canals. Currently, the primary canals are all identified by a letter, A, B, C, and all that. The 82 feeders are not identified at all. So if we get a call, like say for a washout or illegal dumping or anything along that matter, we identify it and document it as the proximity of the closest road. So for example, the canal between 63rd and 64th is how it's identified. So my thought is we need to identify all the canals. So what I would like to do is put a number on the feeder canals, basin specific. So it'd be, for example, M1, C1, M1, C2, and so forth. The feeder or the primary canals can stay lettered. That would differentiate the two types of canals. By doing this, it'll improve the our documentation, our projects, like so. Because, for example, if we do replace a drainage culvert, it's documented the same way by the closest proximity or address or whatever's near that canal. We also would like to add it to the GIS system for more documentation for future projects and anything else that we need to identify these canals. The goal is to put a sign marker or some type of marker at the end of each canal, on each end of each canal. And then, for example, it would say M1, C2, M1 for the feeder canal, and then for like a primary would say M1A canal, M1B canal.
So you're identifying the basin and then each canal.
Yeah, and they're actually identified out on the road too. So if you're driving by, you'll see a little marker there or something. The cost is probably gonna be, right now, you'd be under 6,000 just to put markers on each end of every canal. That's not counting the streets in between the canals. You do that, that could be, you're gonna double the amount. But for now, I think it could be done on each end and be sufficient, and later on, we can start doing them within every road.
I think I saw in the backup, it was around 20,000 total, somewhere 22,000 in the backup for the posts and the signs.
For to do
Where
a
did I
post and a
see-
sign with the label and everything, we're looking at, right now, if I do just the end of each canal,
Right,
you're only looking at, it's under 6,000.
under 6, okay.
That's for all material.
All right, just wanted to make sure, okay. Oh, there we go, 54, okay.
But if you do each and every road in between every canal, then
Then
you're gonna. it's
that
gonna
would
go
be,
up.
okay. Do you think we need to do that?
I don't think we need to do it like right away, but I think if we just at least label each end of the canals, that way they're identified and they're easier access and the documentation's there, and the district needs something like this.
Right. So you're comfortable with just budgeting the 5459 for
For now,
fiscal
and
year
then in the future,
27?
we can always start adding in the centers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, can I just ask on the feeder canals, I understand the primary canals, I understand the name. Because we already have that, but on the feeder canals, is there a reason why we chose C?
We could change it. It just stands for canal. For
Yeah.
C1, it's just short for canal.
So
C1.
just like intuitively to me, if we're gonna rename it, or we're gonna name it so that if you put an F on it, then it stands for feeder rather than
We
canal.
can do that,
And then
or FC or something, just so you know it's.
how do you, let's say you have a feeder canal, most of our feeder canals are not very long, but let's say you have one that goes multiple blocks, like.
Right, well,
you
that's
know,
why I said,
How
right,
do you determine in any of the naming where exactly it is, the location on that?
like
let's say-
where the first one's gonna be versus the.
No, like, so you're talking about, so people can report or you can send rescue or whatever it is, right? If you have an, let's say F1 canal that M2 F1 and it's, it runs many blocks, what section of that canal are we talking about? And
So usually if we get a complaint, it comes from somebody's address or something, so it would be the address along that canal.
right, because we use
Well-
GIS data already, don't we?
Yes, but we don't have anything marked for the
Okay.
canals.
Yeah.
If we add it to the GIS, then it can pinpoint exactly where it's at.
Through the present. I think I know. So what we could, I think what she's asking is like, yeah, but at the ends and then the internal, like do F something, so to identify a certain section, and then the next section would be F something, that sounds so bad, FC something else. So I think that's what she's alluding to, so we can look at that, so.
Yeah, it's something it's nothing's concrete, so we can always go over it and see what
We
we
could also
can
put
do.
like a barcode on it.
That too,
that
yeah.
if a resident wants to,
Yeah.
then they can just
That's-
scan it and send it in with the report.
The other reason why this is. Oh.
Yeah, they put the fake stickers on it. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
But the other reason why this is important is post hurricane, and those of you who have been through a hurricane or were here during Hurricane Andrew, you know, one of the things that we could look at, and Mr. Vasilati had brought this up to the other day when he was reviewing this, is putting like little bricks or something. Usually what they do now is on curb and gutter, they'll mark like a street, so if the sign goes away, so when you have contractors come in, even though there might be GPS, if we get knocked out and satellite isn't available, because it's being, you know, reassigned or reprioritized only to fire and police, because yeah, everything down, this will help us send contractors, hey, we need you to go to whatever it is that in this section, this, I'll do the same.
So we're talking about using brick markers? as
Well,
well,
that's
or doing
something that
curb?
he just had brought up. is-
You
I
would,
think that's a good
you would
idea.
still need the sign, but maybe if you wanted brick, you could put it at the base, like a base
Yeah.
type brick for the sign. And then
But I'm just.
Yeah, have it stamped on there or
Something to think about, because even those T-posts, they will go during the storm.
Right. And
It's all
people
bricks.
can hit them and,
Well,
yeah,
the way you try to put them.
You have to
around, it's
cement it
very
in
much-
or something.
Yeah.
right. The brick isn't going to blow away like a sign will. So we have to think about the funding allocation for that as well.
At it from that perspective, we're just looking at the sign, the T-post signs. We
Right.
can start with that and go back. And we may also be able to apply for federal like hazard mitigation grants and things like that potentially.
I like that idea.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Shea.
no, it's fine.
I like the brick idea. I just would want to make sure that it's cemented in because we just give the opportunity for
Mhm.
someone to pick up a brick and throw it at a car.
I agree, and it has to be buried somewhat
So
because when you're
When
mowing,
you're talking about like driveways that have like cement that you can paint on, that makes sense. It actually are required in most municipalities that are urban areas, but in our area, we don't have that. And doing curb would be expensive, so I would suggest that we look at doing a cement platform with the brick installed in it so that it's not.
it'd
a
have to
hazard
be lower
or
than the
temptation.
mower blades of the,
Yeah.
even residential mowers.
Or as we're digging out the 640 in the future and currently the M2, we can get some decent sized cap rock.
There you go.
So
That'd be
I use
nice.
brick as an example.
Right. The cap rocks are good. I like that idea. And you're not moving those.
And as long as nothing grows over the bricks, we don't have to want to hire somebody to be on brick detail.
Yeah.
You know. Something else
To
that
do the signs.
that could be, as I'm sitting here thinking about this also, my experiences, there are some spots that are really good for drafting, which is taking water out of a canal for fighting fire. And then some areas that are not good at all, but through the CAD system with Fire Rescue, the computer system, we could, like with landing zones where they are, where they are, and they're on the computer screen and everything. So, certain areas may, unless there's a severe drought, but certain areas, certain canals are definitely better drafting than others as far as access, water depth and things like that. And I know that also depends on the time of year and things, but that's something else. Talk about it later, but it just kind of popped in my head a little bit. So that could be very helpful for fire rescue. And then Mr. Hanson, when you just said hazard mitigation, maybe, proposing something like that, along the lines of what you were talking about could be helpful, for achieving that goal. So.
Does fire rescue already have a map that knows, like, that where you would know which canal is closest?
The canals are on the map, but I don't believe there's anything.
So it's just if you know about it as a firefighter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that could be something we work with fire.
They know where the hydrants are mapped, but the canals.
Yeah.
They're on the map, but you don't know what you got until you get
And that
there.
could change, I guess, at any given time, depending on the time of the year too, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Patty?
Back in the day, when I first moved here, I used to have the fire department come to validate and verify that I was on a canal. So that I could get discounting something with my insurance. I haven't had that done. Yeah, that was something. So I wonder if that's how they kept track with where canals were that would be available. But they haven't had that. I don't know if it's because the fire hydrants have gone in, but it's not like. That's something that used to be, yeah, so.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so we need a motion.
Well, this is pretty simple policy, so yeah, but we can bring back what the final sections will look like and all of that. That's.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, so, how about that we also, so we motion to approve the district canal classification, classification is permitted, or staff to bring back.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you.
Motion to approve district canal designation classification as presented and for staff to bring back some ideas for the board with respect to let's call them markers, and a fiscal cost with respect to that.
Yep, we'll certainly do that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote. Do we have any public comment on this, Scarlett?
No.
We did this at the farm with all our culverts and risers. You'd be amazed how much you use it. It's logistically, it is.
It's got to save so
Extremely
much
helpful.
time. Yeah, and time is money.
What do you guys use for markers? Are they signs or just?
Really highly reflective tape. We just put in risers.
Okay.
But we had something to mount it to.
Right.
And there's no road signs out there, so they became our road signs.
So the cheapest way might be to incorporate the sign with an additional marker for fire rescue or something like that. But you guys
I think we could apply.
Maybe
this
talk to fire rescue.
structures too,
Amanda's
structures
fine.
in each building. You know, they can be identified in this specific basin. On top of all the communities.
And once we have this, excuse me, finalized, we will provide it to the county, to South Florida Water Management, and to all the
Fire
applicable
rescue,
agencies.
PVSO.
Yeah, but basically, a lot of them pull from the county anyway. So, but we'll make sure that the county, appraiser's office has it.
Okay.
But we'll
I'm gonna
certainly-
call the vote, but I want to come back to something while we're talking about that. Vote passed unanimously. We have to make sure if we're gonna close any roads or we're gonna do any work on any culverts, that we notify PVSO and fire rescue. There have been a couple of instances where they weren't aware that we were doing road work and the road was closed and they came out to a call. So I just want to reiterate that it's really important that we notify those agencies because time is life in that case. So just wanted to throw that in there. Thank you. Okay, so now we are at 9.0 intergovernmental updates and permits. Mr. Hanson?
Well, normally,
Oh,
Mr. Foy.
Mr. Foy, okay.
TRO, there
Oh.
are any, I'm not.
I always like to kick it to you and then you delegate it, so.
I just mentioned a couple items. Loxahatchee Community Center, it has revised their plans they're getting real close to being able to meet our surface water management criteria.
And this, excuse me, this is on Seminole Pratt and 62nd,
62nd or first, it's right
where
on the
the
west side.
museum. Yeah.
Yes. Second is at Coconut Palm Plaza. That's the one on Coconut and North Lake, the southeast corner of North Lake and Coconut. They have submitted revised engineering plans. I published a draft engineer's report and it's under review now, and we should be able to go to advertising. I have to send it to the secretary first, but then we would go through advertising. There's a new methodology of assessing in there that needs to be reviewed. The third is a daycare center at Okeechobee and what's that, 162nd?
162nd.
We've had a couple of separate meetings with the DRO people at the county, and the county is not being very optimistic to the applicant as it would get approved. We do not have, as an Indian Trail Improvement District, jurisdiction over use. I said that in this meeting, and if they approve the use, it puts us in a position of, they also said they would not approve a variance to have an entrance on Okeechobee Boulevard. That's from staff. That doesn't mean it would stick, but that's what staff said. So I told them that it would be staff's recommendation that we would be very uneasy with allowing the access, but I'm not sure that we can deny access. It becomes, if that's their only access point and the use is approved, you put Indian Trail Improvement District in a very difficult situation. And the last, yes, the county, if they approve the use and they won't allow an entrance on Okeechobee, where does that leave us? Danny, my engineer, came up with one idea where you can only, maybe you would only allow right turns out and right turns in. You couldn't cross over. I don't know how we would enforce that. You could put up you'd put up the rubberized dividers and people ride over them. But so
Have we told the county in terms of the improvements that we've already made and that we still have challenges with traffic at that location?
yes.
It's not quite the same though, because we changed all of the direction and turn lanes and entrances into the school, and it's all right there. It's not ideal on Okeechobee, but it's less ideal on, yeah.
Yeah, the county doesn't seem to be staff doesn't seem to be very happy with it but that does not mean they will recommend denial. That's true also.
And also, when we assess that property, it's assessed based on it being a single family residence. This is going to generate traffic. So
Which we will not see the impact fee from, and but the county will.
So the other daycares are assessed as residential?
well, they are, but as we move forward, that's something we want to look at. But I'm bringing it up because, moving forward, the county is putting this back on us and our residents to basically subsidize someone's business as well.
The board has had a standing position that we're not allowing any commercial properties to connect to the ITID roads. We don't support it. And there's specifically because of the burden that it puts on those residential streets. And we should be consistent about that.
Well, we are.
Okay.
We've been very adamant to the county that we do not want this on 162nd unless it remains as a single family residence.
And 162nd is different because we actually own it. It's not an easement, we own it. And the reason why we own it is they actually made us the steward and they're responsible for that traffic on that road. In essence, that was the reason the landowners didn't want to be responsible for it, so.
All right, the last thing I'll mention is it just, we have a permit application and we're gonna have another meeting with them tomorrow with Comcast. They want to put their lines on the existing poles in Santa Rosa Grove. We have a concern about that because some of the poles are not even in our easements and some of the poles are in the middle of our easements and other poles are 10 feet into it and it needs to be on the easement edge. So we would like them to wait until FPL moves their poles. Staff is actively involved in getting the poles moved. But if AT&T puts I'm sorry, I said AT&T, Comcast puts the lines on the existing poles and then FPL moves it, the poles won't be removed until Comcast moves the lines off of there. And that relies on the relationship between the utility company. So,
And that's always a problem. At least it has been with AT&T out there. If I had a choice, I would make them wait until the poles are moved. I mean, it's my opinion. Because it will be a problem. And we've got poles in the middle of the road, literally out there. And we had to create, a ramp go around it. So it's ridiculous at this point.
that's what.
Yeah, it is good traffic calming. I will say that. Yeah.
That's
So
what
maybe we could start doing that. There you go. That would be a good solution. Slow everybody down. Stick poles in the middle of it until somebody takes a header into it. Right. Well, exactly. So this is my concern. And it's exceptionally dark out there. And we've got some people, flying down the roads and we've got a lot of new landowners. So it is very concerning.
I think that's it for the update.
Thank you.
From my perspective.
I have a question with respect to Santa Rosa Groves. On Marie Court, it's my understanding that the road had to be built up for the engineer and the floodplain or whatever, okay? But it's also my understanding that apparently there's a drop to the access to the driveways, and it was always my understanding that when we do a project on a road, we adjust to the property driveway within the easement area instead of having a complete drop. So I've talked to a couple of different residents and I've been told that it's not a pleasant traverse from the road into their driveway. And so I would appreciate it if that's looked into. I have been communicating with Rob. His response was that that's not the case, but I have residents that are telling me that it is the case. And so I don't think that we should be constructing roads and then having drops into people's driveways. It should be a gradual, if there's a height differential. Yes, it's the landowner's responsibility to raise the property, but when we discuss these roads, people were gonna have access to the properties. That's the whole point of doing these improvements.
Is this the
So-
far west end?
It's many properties along Marie Court, from what I'm told.
No.
So the other thing I think that Rob said was that it's something about canal easements. And that was not mentioned to me. It was specifically driveway access. So I just want to make sure that we're doing it the way that we approved it as a board. We also approved a number of connections for their driveways, so, and we had a policy with respect to that, and these landowners are all paying their fair share, and they all deserve to have the same improvement on their road. Okay.
Certainly, I'll give Jerry,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Foley, Mr. Robinson, we had to build that up.
And I had forwarded that
Yeah, no, I saw
that
it.
information, so, but I had to follow up yet again. I think I talked with Rob, before Christmas about it, but anyway, I just.
Well, there's
would
been a
like to
lot
get
of
it
work
addressed.
done since then too. so-
Yeah, I hear that's the other question I have, is how many people are working in Santa Rosa Groves on that project right now? Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Hanson, you have anything else there?
No, I mean, good trip to Tallahassee for Palm Beach County days. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay for the FOSD days, or whatever you could call. We were able to meet with Representative Weinberger and Senator Harrell about an appropriation request. Representative Weinberger seemed very supportive of it. Senator Harrell is supportive of it, but on the Senate side, they are really tightening their belt this year, the budget on projects. And you see also, I had a separate meeting like I did last year with the governor's office of policy and budget to explain it to them. So as they are preparing his veto list, they again remember why we're going through this route, that we're not eligible for certain funds and grants. So they seem very receptive like they were last year when we received that. But we're not, I'm certainly not as confident this year just because everyone up there seems to think this is going to be a very tumultuous session. So I'll have more to report at the February after digging a little deeper into the session, a little more detail about some of the other bills as they progress through committee, or if they progress through committee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have moved supervisor business. So now we are on 10.1 supervisor business. We'll start with Michael.
Mary McNicholas basically stole my supervisor.
Oh, your thunder. I know.
So-
I know she
So
did.
that's reporting from the water task force resource. And then the only thing was, I think Frank had a good point, a question on 8.3. Does that include Santa Rosa Groves?
Yes,
Okay, just not sure.
all three bases.
That was it.
Does it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Betty?
I've gotten most of my questions or information out there. And anything else can wait, so I'm good.
Okay. Rich?
All right, thank you. Number one, I like the new fence out front. I think it's got good character. It adds a little something to the property here, so I like it. We have a couple new employees that I've spent a little bit of time with recently. Nick in the corner there. Nick, put your hand up. I had a great conversation with Nick about the drone program that he is working on here. He's very excited about it. We must have talked for over an hour, and I learned so much about drones I never even knew. He's very involved with this and seems very dedicated. So excited to see where he goes with that. Our new communications director, she's not here this evening. Rebecca Stewart. Is she online? Okay. So Rebecca's doing amazing already, really learning the district, making great communications with the public. And I think that's going to be invaluable for us, really getting out there and informing people of what's going on. Tallahassee was a great trip. Elizabeth, myself, Mr. Hanson, and Rebecca were there. And like Mr. Hanson was saying, building relationships with state reps, Senator Harrell and Rep Weinberger is imperative for pushing projects through. We want to have good relationships with these people. They're very professional. They're very serious. And if we don't have good relationships with these people and our lobbyists, we're not going to get some of these appropriations and funding that we're looking for. So that was a really nice trip. I was contacted by District 4 of the Florida Department of Transportation, asking if I would like to have a meeting with them concerning State Road 7 project that is hopefully going to be done. So FDOT contacted me and met with two engineers. They actually drove up from Fort Lauderdale to come here. Prior to them coming, I asked if I could invite anybody, and they said absolutely. So we had representatives of people that I know and I communicate with. We had reps from Palm Beach Gardens, Fire Rescue, Sheriff's Department, staff here. Mary McNicholas was with us. We had a really nice meeting concerning Florida Department of Transportation. In a nutshell, with State Road 7, they're extremely committed to moving this forward. It's looking good. So that's where we are with that.
The legal opinion is going to be issued.
That's coming. So
We don't have a time frame.
we're waiting on that yet. We want to get with IBIS. And they've been reaching out to IBIS. And so on another note, I did notice that recently in the Post, maybe a few months ago, one of the commissioners for West Palm, Mr. Perduzzi, said that IBIS is neutral on State Road 7 now. I also talked to somebody from that very high up dealing with West Palm government, and they would like to get this off their plate. So I'm hoping that's all true. We know how important this road is, and it's imperative for it to be done. And we all know it has nothing to do with drinking water. And right, well, and as far as Gardens is concerned, Coconut, is on schedule to run through north. So that'll be important also. But as we all know, with the development that's going on, both those roads are still not going to be enough, and we're going to need more. So we'll get with that in the future. Okay. After last month's meeting and the chaos that happened at last month's meeting, this has to end. And I don't think it's going to end. I don't understand it. I don't understand the constant attacks on ITID. So I would like a consensus from this board that I feel as though the Acres Landowners Association user agreement should be terminated tonight. They can still have their organization. They can do what they want because they do. But as far as being a partner with us, when we're treated inappropriately, and it's been happening for a while, I think this user agreement should be terminated. And you can still go do what you want. If you want to come to the board and apply for a permit or anything like that, you're welcome to do so. But as far as the user agreement, using this building on taxpayer dime to have meetings and stuff, it all needs to come to an end. So if I have a consensus on that,
No, through the chair, please tell me what it is that any elected official from the ALA did at the last meeting that warrants that kind of response.
okay, so I am not getting into this. This has been going on for 18 months, but you know what?
I think you need to
No,
substantiate.
I don't
when you
have to
make
substantiate
recommendations.
anything. I see the social media. I see everything that's posted, a lot of fictitious things, false narratives, accusations. Yeah, and it's not professional. And here we are trying to build relationships with very professional people. And then we come in here and things go crazy. That doesn't happen anywhere else I go, just in here. And it's the same people. So I would like a consensus from the board, terminate the user agreement. I'm not saying terminate the
What are you
ALA.
going to do with people that disagree with you that aren't on the board or not part of the ALA? How are you going to try to penalize them?
I don't
You're
understand
gonna
what you're
get a
saying.
police officer to kick them out during a meeting?
I don't understand what you're saying.
I think I was pretty clear.
No, I
You're,
repeat,
you're not going to shut people down in the community that
I'm not
disagree
saying to
with you
shut people down.
or you feel don't
Never
like.
said shut people down.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're penalizing the Acreage Landowners Association and it's wrong.
Okay, well, what's wrong is the chaos. So I would like a consensus from this board. And Frank, would you like to say something?
Yes, I think you have an agreement with Acres Landowners Association. The board, which allows for termination without cause upon 30 days notice. I think it's probably not appropriate to terminate on a basis of consensus, that if the board chose to do that, it would be an action item.
Okay,
So we would put it on the next agenda.
It would have to be on the next, but if the board chooses, you can add that to the next agenda, and then it would be something which the public would have an ability to comment on.
Okay.
all right, great.
Are you done? Because I do want to add something to
Yes, I'm finished.
Okay. And I'm gonna go out of turn, Patty. I'm sorry. All I'm going to add is that I do see a lot of things directed towards Richard. But I've also been seeing a lot of things on social media directed towards me. And we've had conversations. And some of the things are very concerning because it discusses some of the litigation and some other things. And a lot of accusations are getting thrown out there. And look, I understand, I'm in a difficult situation right now. My loyalty is to Indian Trail, but I am running for county commissioner. And I'm not out there telling people they have to vote for me, but I don't appreciate when I see posts on social media accusing me of things that I haven't done or accusing me of quote unquote interjecting myself and things like that. So in order to bring the temperature down, the temperature has to come down from both sides. And I've asked people to call me. I'm happy to have a conversation, and discuss these things. I'm not going to discuss litigation, obviously, until it's over, but I've asked for these conversations. But yet what I'm seeing on social media is a lot of attacks against myself and against Richard. So I don't like to see that. And I don't want this to have to come to this. And I see you're shaking your head, but we can have a conversation later because I saw all the comments and it's the same 5 people making the same comments and I did save them all. So I'm not just talking to talk. And it's disappointing. It's disappointing because we've worked together. I will, but not right now. That's why I said call me. So we're not going to have, this is my supervisor time. So what I'm going to ask is for anybody that has any concerns or any questions to contact me directly before posting on social media and putting out misinformation, because I think nuts.
We don't put out misinformation.
Okay. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to continue and I would like to discuss this calmly and privately with everyone. And we can come to, that's okay. It's okay because you know, this is what happens and this is the problem. And I want to get past it. I want to get past this with everyone. And I don't want to see people be isolated or have to be removed or agreements have to be canceled. I don't want it to be there. Right. I'm not ever going to say we're all going to agree on everything and we're all going to always get along. That's not possible. But we should have a good relationship. And I've been saying this for a long time. So I would just like to see that stop. If they want to put it on the agenda for next month, I'm more than happy to. And then we can have public comment and we can discuss it. But in the meantime, in the next month, I would like to have a private conversation with each and every one of you. And okay, then we're at a crossroads and that's fine. And that's fine.
If we're
But
gonna,
we're
if we're gonna add this to the agenda, then I'd like to have the letter that was submitted by, I can't remember her name, to the board. And I want to discuss the code of conduct, the civility, because it doesn't just apply to me.
Of course
Okay.
not. It applies
And-
to everyone.
And so I'd like to
Absolutely.
address that letter
Absolutely.
and that behavior.
Absolutely it applies to everyone in the room. And that's why we now have it, because in case somebody misses it at the beginning, they're not here at the meeting. That is the only reason why it's at the top of the agenda and attached to the agenda. So everybody, if they come in late, and I don't have to repeat it every single time. We don't have to put a sign up on the dais. It is there for everybody,
There
for
was
the
no
board,
agendas for the public.
yes, there is. They're back there. There always is. Yeah, they're in the back. Yeah.
And one comment, this podium right here is not under a camera. It's not on public record, whoever the speaker is.
Okay, well, we'll have to adjust that, please. Oh, it is? Okay, it is.
From that camera? So it's facing that way.
Yeah, no, all right. So, in addition to, moving on, in addition, Tallahassee was already spoken about. We did have some really good meetings. Hopefully the Senate will agree to our appropriation. We've got some residents that are concerned about canal cuts, and I know we talked about Mr. Hanson doing some requests for proposals and what that's going to look like cost-wise, because I'm getting a lot of messages, a lot of emails for people that their canals have not been cut. So I think we need to really dive into some clarification with that on how often that it's done, so everybody understands. And maybe Rebecca can put that out there, that information, and we can all share it, because it is, it's not something, we're not landscapers, but we have to make sure that it's being done as it's supposed to be done. The school zone swale parking, she had reached out to me as well. We already discussed that. There are still some people that are having issues with the new swale cut. I know there's not much we can do with that, but they are having issues, and they want to cut it, but they can't. So I don't know if we can ever resolve that issue with the new swale cut. We've talked about this before, but I want to, put it out there because I am still getting calls about it. And can we, one second, please? It was requested, actually on social media, but I saw, are we permitted on our district roads to put no through truck signs?
No, that is a county, it's a police authority, and I don't mean like police.
Right, no, I understand. So that goes along with
the
stop
traffic
signs.
enforcement.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to, but we do have a couple, but they were,
Through the ILA. with-
okay, which now we're still dealing
But
with that
not-
whole mess.
They're not,
That was there's the ILA that was agreed to back when they, Persimmon and Orange Grove. And then there's a ILA that we are currently working on
Mhm.
with the county moving forward for four-way stops and other traffic type of enforcement measures, including speeding, trying to do one-way streets like along 120th where we're having issues there.
Very serious issues over
Yeah.
there.
So things like that, but and it also, it's so broad, it would cover no food trucks and other types of traffic enforcement, but all of it has to be, all of it has to go through the county and they have to approve it. Because we do not have it.
I have Patty.
Can I just ask a question about the swale cuts? Because I brought this up before. My understanding is that the reason why the slope changed was because we went to the culverts with the no, why did they change? Because it's dramatically different than what it used to be before that was the explanation that I was always given. And it's next to near impossible with the actual grade, with the way that they're constructing them now for people to mow them.
I had not heard a comment about the grades being changed relative to the end caps, but at the deep end near the canal, you have to have the swale deeper if you want positive drainage. At the furthest point away, it can be a shallow swale. If you don't construct it that way, you will have standing water more often and you'll probably have more complaints. So it's a balance of how many complaints you want and how much standing water you want. And if you have a lot of standing water with very little drop, it'll breed mosquitoes and people will have a harder time mowing it when it's wet condition because you can't drive a mower through wet conditions. So it has evolved into what is best for the maintenance and the drainage.
So from the perspective, if the residents can't mow it, and I can't tell you the last time I saw a mower in my area for canal banks or for the swales. So I think that the issue actually is that we need to look at what is staff actually doing and review that, because we used to have a thing that the swales were cut a minimum of 2 times a year, and the canals too. And I can tell you, it's not happening. So I think, do we not have enough resources allocated to this? What is going on with that? Because if we can't do anything to change the swale, then we need to be looking at maintenance of it.
Through the chair. So, is it 13-1? I can't remember. Yeah, 13-1. Tonight we were giving notice to the board that in M2 and M3, and the M3 basin is just unit 20, but we identify it as a basin. We are going out for a bid, and I'll let Mr. Schaefer talk a little bit more about it. But we're asking for up to 4 cuts a year. So I'll talk.
And
I'll
are we
let,
doing them separate, M2 and M1?
yeah, and so what would happen? Yeah, so what we're doing we're starting with the M2 and M3 because it's a little more condensed. It allows us to see how that works. And then we would expand it and do a separate bid or RFP for the M1. And we may break it up more than just upper and lower, just depending on that, so we can get potentially multiple bidders for certain sections, and so that way it's not such a wide or large area for that particular company to cover. And it's also, I think, easier for Mr. Schaefer and his team to manage that when you don't have someone with such a big contract. Mr. Schaefer, is there anything you want to add?
So right now, we do the swales once a year. Believe it or not, a lot of residents do their own swales. Now, I know the ones that are being done, they're struggling to do those. The canals the easements are done twice a year. The canal bank is once a year. It's every 10 months. So, but say in the last 6 months, maybe longer, personnel or staff, it's getting harder to fill the positions because they're constantly moving on or leaving the district. So a lot of them will take another position in a different department. And we're struggling to fill those positions. We're just not getting applications. And it could be due to, you know, the salary or whatever the cost of the mowers we start them at 18. And then after 6 months, we'll get more, but it's getting to be where that's not feasible.
Through the chair, may I? It might not just be that, but mowing is a very specific one. You're mowing, that is, if you go into roads, if you go into swales, if you go into, there's a progression, you can move up. Mowing is a very specific, you are in the mower. It takes a very specific personality. It's like grading. You are in a mower, you're in a grader, you do one specific job from 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. And it takes a very specific personality. There is no trajectory. It's an equipment operator. There's no moving up. So it's very hard to recruit for that position. It is, and there's no moving up. So it's.
Sorry. If we're taking staff from mowing or parks, and that's leaving those departments short and they're not able to get their job. And by the way, I don't know when we changed the policy that we only do the swales once a year. And that is really what the board's responsibility is. We set the budget, we set those priorities. Now, it's clear that what's happening is not working. So if we're losing people within the district because we're moving them to fill in another position or to be promoted, maybe we ought to take a look at that and, you know, make a certain minimum requirement because we're investing in those positions as well. And it's a need, and it's probably one of the, you know, top 3 things that people complain about within the district. So.
To make it simple, that's why we're doing this route, because if we don't, so when we have someone good that's a mower and they want to be an equipment operator, if we don't have to promote them, but then they're just going to exit the organization, and the equipment operator field down here just continues. There's not young people going into that like they used to. So that's why we're recommending that we go and look at the cuts through the RFP process.
In the past, the board has directed that we do that, and it's always come back to an exorbitant amount. So I want to make sure that we're exploring all of our options, whether it be that, you know, we're trying to add staff, if it's a matter of we need to increase, you know, what we're paying, because $18 an hour is not a lot. So maybe we need to just look at some of those variables.
If we want to improve the level of service, we have to add more people and more equipment. That's simple as that.
And what
People more and more are looking for a higher level of service than that.
So if I may, just because I'll just cover it now and then we don't have to worry about it later. That is part of the reason why we're doing this on a smaller basis. So we can hire smaller companies that want the work, can do the work, and that gives us the ability to manage it at that, in that, whatever you want to call it, geographic area, what have you. It's much easier to do it like that because you already have landscape companies in the area mowing, and we're hoping that we can attract them to bid on this since they're already in that area. Yeah, but the level, the reason why it's going to potentially be exorbitant, but is because of the level of service. I mean, the two are tied to one another, but as we have more people moving in and as we have more areas developing on the fringes, like where Wellington just annexed and Palm Beach Gardens, and now you have Westlake in the middle, everybody thinks that we should be providing that level. We clearly cannot, but I agree we should be doing more cuts, but it's more expensive.
Sorry, I am interested in having a minimum level of service and we're not getting it done right now. So
And how does the people that maintain their own swale, how does that come into play?
Well,
I mean, I would say probably 90% of the people cut their own swale out here, if not more.
I used to cut mine before I hired a service and now my service does it. The issue is that more and more we have an increasing aged population. And whereas they used to be able to ride a lawnmower and get it done themselves, they can't. And in a lot of cases, they don't have the money to do it. So that's the feedback that I'm getting from residents. Also, you hear from the old timers that have been here for a long time that the district always did it. And when we still have properties that haven't been developed, which is few and far between now, those are not maintained. It looks like trash. In my area, there are people, and I don't know if this is going on throughout the whole district, but in my area, people put their, tree debris and that kind of stuff at the end of the canal rather than for their garbage pickup. They put it somewhere else. So then it doesn't get picked up by SWA. And what ends up happening is that the weeds grow over it. And before you know it, you got a mound that's like this, and it's not a good look. I've had to call SWA numerous times to get those kinds of things dealt with. But if we were maintaining properties, some of these things wouldn't be happening. It's at least the easements. And I just want to add that that was part of our drainage, right? And in order for us to maintain our drainage infrastructure, part of that is mowing. When we do that, when we were doing it in-house, and this is the one thing about contracting it out, but when we were doing it in-house, those employees are seeing things that you don't see unless you're right there, right? Like, for example, there's a sinkhole being created right here, and oh, by golly, there's a culvert underneath it, sometimes you can see these things when you're driving down the street, but sometimes you don't. So we're not upholding our responsibility. And when I first moved here in 2011, we did have a service that was hired for the district. And I was actually amazed at the level of service that was there. I thought it was a little bit unnecessary, but I'll tell you, I did not have the complaints that I have and what I'm seeing now when we were doing that. So.
Yeah. So there's two parts to this. So there's the bidding, the RFP for the mowing. Second part is sitting over here, Mr. I'm gonna mix up your name here, but so yeah, just say Nick. So yeah, just say Nick. But the drone program, we're gonna fly over the canals and the swales, roadways, and then look at that, and you will hopefully catch those types of things, but also see where we don't need to cut. And if we don't need to cut, then that's something we've got to work into the contract. But my guess is we're just gonna know and make sure everything is cut if that's what the board decides when we bring this RFP back for consideration, with a potential contractor and contractors.
I want to add something else too. But we literally, when we mow the canals, we have to send a piece of equipment before we can mow it to take all the tree overhang out because it's gotten so bad. Nobody takes care of their tree and the overhang. We can't drive our equipment through there. So now we spend, two of our people are constantly clearing the way to get the mowers down, which is a big problem too.
So
we address it by just
the concept
cleaning it up.
Before we go into the area, we're gonna do drone fly and identify, hey, we need to do a cutback. You have 45 days or 60 days to, if you want to trim it, but if you don't, we're coming through with the boom and going through, because we've had people call us and say, oh, you did that and I'm trying to keep my trees. So this gives them the opportunity.
Trim it, just trim it and
Great.
then they have grass, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
This,
we've got to bring this back to the board, that the drone policy and how this will be done. So 30 days, 60 days, whatever it is.
right.
I don't know that yet. I just threw
And
it
this,
out.
this will be another good thing for Rebecca to put out there. You know, get your trees trimmed. If not, you'll be notified. You know, just start getting people used to the idea before we start doing it.
Yep.
Rich, you had one more.
So Mr. Schaefer, you mentioned that the canals, the banks of the canals are cut once a year.
Yes.
That's every canal.
Every canal that we can get down. Yes.
Are there canals that are overgrown that we cannot
There
access?
are canals that's probably never been, or so.
And there's,
You got properties that are fenced, you got fences on the canal easements, you got. We do all the canals that we can access, is the bottom line. We can't get down and we can't go.
and there's
And
certain.
then they get worse and worse as the years go by.
And there's
They're
certain
never gonna go.
canals where you have to reach across it from the other side because there's not enough easement to
And that's
access
limited.
it. So.
So these canals that we can't reach because of fences or something like that, is that something that we should be addressing?
That's what the drone project's gonna be. We fly over and get every
So-
one of them.
I mean, do we have canals that we know of that?
I sure,
that are-
when we do this and you start taking back some of these canal banks, you're going to have a loaded room here because we're also gonna require people to remove pumps that are pumping water out because we have to lift up the boom mower, we send notices to remove it, or we remove it, and then they'll put it back in as soon as we're done mowing until the next round. So, yeah, there's.
It's not that simple,
Yeah, well, it's simple, but
but,
it's
but
gonna be
it's,
very
right,
contentious.
what I'm saying, yeah, it's not that simple to just send the mower.
But people that have illegal blockage of easements and not allowing access to canals and things like that, I poses a serious problem. In the event, we need to move a lot of water.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
Right.
Just,
Okay.
you know,
We just
Because
have to make-
because then we end up having a flood and we have a breach of a canal at a block thing because, you know, every branch and every palm frond and coconut and whatever else people throw in the canals are going to get blocked up on these areas that are, we all know this already, and then we're going to have an issue.
But
So
the reclamation of some of these canals is that's, east-west conveyance that is $5 million just for one canal.
It was one when we started,
Right.
$1 million project, for one now. That's a lot.
We also, about 3 years ago, we did a survey of how many gates are being put on these easements because of trespasses. And then we counted 1,200 gates throughout the entire district and only, I think, 200 and something were permanent. So the majority of them were going to be permanent. And I guarantee now that we got more residents down here, it's grown a lot more.
That was my question, was the gates and how much does it slow you down? How many are
It's slowed
legal?
down a lot.
How many are
People will
locked?
put locks on it, you told me.
I mean, didn't we see something? If you have a gate, you should, I mean, if you gate it, I don't feel like you should be responsible. Kind of, to a point.
You need to be able. The district that we have the easement.
Yeah.
And they cannot, somebody's got a gate in the middle of now day and they can only get so far and then they gotta go over your run to the other side. And, yeah.
I mean,
Well, they're putting them on the extent, like it's from the road where you first enter to the end of the property, then the next property does it. So you got gate after gate after gate.
no, I understand if you are maintaining it, you know, I feel like a majority of the people keep that area maintained, but if it's an area where overgrowth is
Right.
out of control, then obviously, that's where we would step in.
It's a mixed.
Get notice to clear your canal that you blocked, the district out of. With an illegal gate.
So, right, well, driving around because somebody's got a lock or a non-permanent gate or something and the mower's got to drive a quarter mile down,
Told to
up, and a quarter
cut the
mile
lock.
back. They're told to cut the lock?
Yes,
Okay,
but still, we still take the time of stopping.
Right.
And if we don't close it, we get a lot of complaints that we're not closing the gate.
And,
And the residents get really upset with it.
Yes.
and even if they maintain the canal top or the flat part, they're not maintaining
Right.
the slopes.
that's what more, I was more
Yeah,
thinking
through.
about. Maybe something to look into when the drone program's going or something, start seeing who's permitted and who's not.
Well, that's exactly what Mr. Schaefer.
Okay.
It's going to be.
All right, thank you so much.
I think maybe what we need to do is look at the policy. And the policy where they're allowed to get a fence, because if it's costing us time and money and we're not able to do our job, and then we get accused of not doing our job, I think we got to remove those barriers. So maybe we need to look at, and it would be, an investment to put, like we've talked about, the posts or whatever it is across, so that, horse riders can get in there, staff can pull them out, put them back in, they're locked in place, whatever. But then we don't allow permitted fences or gates or whatever along the way, and staff is never obstructed from doing their job. So,
Right now, the
The other hand, say, I don't want to trespassing on my properties.
but it's actually not, so.
Everybody wants people, walking their dogs or riding a horse, so, we have to find that middle ground.
Well, I don't want people driving in front of my house, but they are. So, I mean, it's the same argument, really. It becomes ridiculous. So if, I know. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is a delicate, something I think if we underinvest in time, it's.
Yeah.
Okay, that is gonna pass, so we're gonna move on.
Yeah, before you move on.
Yeah.
Because we never got clarification because there were two items. One was regarding ALA, the other one was a code of civility. And for the next agenda.
It's on your next agenda.
Yeah, but I think. Do we need a motion for that or what do we?
The next agenda, so.
All right.
Yeah, I've
Well,
already written it down.
I just want to be clear, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. We're good. It's in my notes for our next agenda meeting. Item 11, Facilities, Parks and Recreation Agenda, 11-1. Amend the Palm Beach County Agreement for ACPS, Second Amendment to the Infrastructure Surcharge Funding Agreement between Palm Beach County Indian Trail Improvement District.
Good evening, board. So I reached out, well, let me back up. So as many of you may not know, the IST agreement was on February 7th of this year, so it expires in a couple of weeks. The IST agreement for the public is the funding source that we received from the county for the $3 million towards the phase 2 projects at Acreage Community Park South Expansion. So what we've reached out to the county was to see if it would be possible to extend the actual contract with them. And we would have to revise the scope because obviously South Expansion's football field cost a little more than we originally expecting. They were okay with that, but they did ask to have it put in a letterhead formal from the district, and then they'd have to go through the process on their end. So what we need to discuss tonight is what would be the appropriate amount of time. We're requesting 18 months. And then I can show you guys the revised scope that myself, Mr. Sisolak, and Mr. Robinson all came up with based off the actual cost of that field and what was still available. Let me pull that up.
Through the chair. Why was the ultimate cost of the turf more? Because at the time I thought it was already extremely high. So were there particular reasons that job ended up being more?
The agreement was for the 1.8 that we end up approving. There was a minor adjustment, which is that change order you guys see tonight. That was because of the changes with the South Florida Water Management for the drainage. So that was for the extra material and labor. That's why that change order is in there. The pricing, that was an estimate that we came up with when we originally approached the county with it. So it was just a ballpark figure that we figured out it would be in that range. But once we actually dug into the project, it came out a little bit more. We end up using the same company that the county has. They did an excellent job. The project basically is finished at this point. The only thing left is final closeout from the inspectors with the county, and then us receiving the CC, the certificate of completion. Once we have that, we can go ahead with insuring the project and then moving forward with opening the park. I have up on the screen right now the revised scope. So we had to remove the skate park. We did adjust down some of the rest of the projects. We're planning on still adding the bathroom and then the parking lot and all that would be a part of the bathroom, so that it's a complete project up front. Rob would like to add in one of the little lift stations that are over in the area that is on the county side. He'd like to add that in now while we still have access to it. We could still clear out the area that's over by the equestrian parking, but we wouldn't be able to finish that area. The area, let me pull those. Pull up a map easier. So the area that we're talking about finishing is going to be this area right here with the bathroom, so that it all ties to this project. We did put in the scope, add in for the scoreboard, and then add in for the security cameras for that area. The county did say it would be okay to make that adjustment, but we did have to have it in writing. The other area that Rob was wanting to add in was this area right here, this control structure that he'd like to add into this mix. But the rest of the other projects, unfortunately, there's just not enough funding for it. But this is what we would recommend to try to finish what this phase would be.
So is the multipurpose field going to get done in this, or you're removing it?
That was removed as far as we don't have the expenses there to do that because of what would, unfortunately.
And the skate park's gone too.
Correct.
So the only thing, why do we need the bathroom right now? Is that a requirement from the county?
It's not. If you want to change that to something else, we could potentially change that. But because everything's out here, it would make sense to have it.
Is the horse trail and trailhead parking going to happen?
This can get cleared. It wouldn't be paved, but it could be.
We don't want it paved. It's
Exactly.
horses. So
The pavement would actually end where the mechanical building is right now. So that would stop in this general area right here. And the lighting is already in place in this area, so we could save on that part of it. And then we'll add some probably lighting similar to Citrus out in this area to help save some money to just kind of put something out in that area for now.
I just don't know why we need to build that bathroom right now if we're not going to have another multi-purpose field, and I'd really like to see the skate park done. But
The problem I see with the skate park is not just the cost of building it, but somebody's gonna have to be there constantly. What if nobody is at the park and we have a child that's skating, they get hurt, nobody's there to know about it? What happens with that? That's my concern with that.
we had a plan for the skate park, and it was to get sponsorships, and it was also to convert it from being simply this was Michael's idea, simply just being a skate park to being a pump park as well, right?
Mhm.
The pump park would kind of go around with the skate park on the inside, wasn't it?
Yeah, they have one in Westlake.
So Kenny, we need to have this to them, this new plan to them for the extension in a few days.
I was hoping to have it out tomorrow based off of what
Right,
happens.
so,
So they have time to.
so if we were to add the skate park, how much, do we know how much that's gonna cost or no?
It really depends on what we put out there as far as what that would look like. I mean, the
Right,
ramps
and then,
very,
and then we have to hire somebody.
we would still have the challenge. Basically, the skate park was planned up in this area, which is heavily wooded right now. We would still have to develop that, clear it. You would still need to put down some kind of
So it'd be
concrete.
more than the
Base.
cost of the bathroom.
Well, we already have 2 bathrooms there. And where did we get 346 for that bathroom? Did somebody quote on that? Because
They do have, they're kind of like not a temporary structure. What's it?
so we're spending 346 and not even getting a
Prefab
permanent
structure
structure.
that we could put out there that would be
Building
sufficient.
costs
And we already have the
Really
plumbing
disgusting.
stuff outs for for it in that area. So we just basically have to drop something in place and hook it up.
So it's like a trailer.
No, it's a permanent structure,
Okay.
but it's a prefab permanent structure.
So is it one bathroom, like
It
one
would-
male, one female, or what is it?
We'd be looking at, no, 2 and 2, somewhere around 1,000 square feet.
Wheelchair accessible?
Yes.
Yeah.
In order to comply with this deadline,
Mhm.
when we submit this as it is presented to us to the county to get the extension, do we have the ability?
Revise it then?
Be more time
Yes.
delayed.
I understand, but if we got to come up with a way to pay for it, we might not have a choice. So do we want to we could budget it in the next, this year.
What are you talking about? Pay for what?
If we want to do the skate park. So we'd have to budget a staff, we'd have to come up with the cost, we'd have to budget for that. Yes, getting sponsorships is a great idea, but that's not going to cover the entire cost. My concern is meeting this deadline. So if we can meet this deadline with what's presented to us here, and then go back to the county and say, hey, guess what? We're going to budget and we're going to put money into your park, because it's not our park, this is their park. We're going to put money into your park, so now we want to revise it. If it takes a few more months, it takes a few more months, whatever it is, to make that revision. But I can't see us adding to that. We don't have the money here. And to pull more money out when we have 6 or 7 other major issues with our parks that need to be addressed, I don't want to sink any more of our money into their park
I'm not
until we
suggesting
fix. Right, no, I understand. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving my opinion. I want to get our parks fixed. We got playgrounds to replace, we have courts to replace. Those need to be our budgeted priorities. This is the county's park.
This is our park.
The
I
county
don't know.
owns this portion.
They may own it, but we have a
I
lease. and
understand that,
This
but
whole notion that it's not our park and we don't control it.
Even use it the way we should be using it.
that's another problem, which we need to still deal with. So right now, all we're talking about is meeting this deadline. So if we move forward with what's here, we can always go back to it later. But I want to see the playgrounds replaced in the other parks. I want to see the courts finally get done properly in a way that we know they're going to be done for at least a decade or 2.
So can we get back to this? Because
Yes. Yeah.
So I had a conversation with Burgess. Can you talk about the multipurpose field?
Well,
Is that another option instead of the bathroom?
well, that's up to the board, and that's why we brought it here. I would advise that whatever we submit, we do not go back
We can't.
later and revise it, because this is we're pushed. This has to go to the county commission, correct?
It has to go, what they're trying to decide as well, it might have to go to the infrastructure board as well, too,
So-
before county
so-
commission.
So can we do the multipurpose field for the cost of the bathroom?
So can I just add something? Because Burgess and I talked about this and I was at another park. We don't have to do the multipurpose field to the level of most athletic fields. We could just, I've been to other parks where they have open space areas.
Royal Palm has that.
And it's just as good. And we've played tournaments at them and they put cones up and we could do that without, just like the county has at Friedland Park. They have open space there and the kids play there as well. So
Okay,
I
so
don't think we need
let's,
to spend $1 million on a field. I'm wanting to see, rather than the bathroom, when we already have 2 bathrooms there, we'd get more use out of field space that doesn't need to be done to athletic.
if we can get that field done for the cost of the bathroom, I'm absolutely all for that.
When we
If
got,
we're just talking about basically grass and irrigation.
We have to make sure it's level.
so when we got
Right.
estimates,
Right.
Safe, because
But
I mean, we have a
right.
field at Citrus Grove that's potholed. We had the same issue with what we used to be the multipurpose field that was potholed. So we need to make sure that it's prepped properly so that it stays a safe and usable field.
correct.
Can we do that for 323,000? I know I'm
Just-
pulling you on the table here, but
The sod itself, I know from already talking to the same company that did the north side, would cost us about $120,000. We're
Okay.
still gonna need irrigation. And by adding this feature in there, it's gonna be another maintenance area that we're gonna expend more money on. So that's something else to take in consideration too. And if
Right.
it is. if
the
we put-
ongoing cost, we have to
Correct. If we put
definitely think
Bermuda-
about that.
It's gonna be the same type of situation on north side where you have that constant maintenance for it. So it just depends on what you guys are gonna do.
Right.
I'm not advocating, it's for the board's decision.
I understand.
So I'm not advocating any one side of it, but I just want to remind the board, the last 2 to 3 fiscal years, every meeting has been, we need more athletic fields. We need more multi-purpose fields. So if from my perspective, my professional opinion, you build the field, not the skate park, because
I would
you have
agree.
skaters
I
here,
would agree
you've
with
got
that.
Hundreds of people. looking
I would
for-
rather see the
Like-
field over the skate park too, but the skate park is important, and then that's something that we need to prioritize next, because all of this stuff was supposed to be getting done in this $3 million. You know, and
Yeah,
It's
just
impossible.
I know,
Yeah.
but that's because we ended up with a multi-purpose field that artificial turf that is outrageously expensive. And had we known it was going to end up being this, because I asked even then, I said, are we still going to get the other elements done? And now we're only getting the field and a bathroom, you know, like really, that's what it comes down
There's
to.
other things here, but yeah.
It's actually not, because the only other element that's in what we're asking for is a restroom building, skate parks taken out.
Okay, so are we good with replacing the skate park and just putting a decent field there that's safe?
We're not
You mean pulling the
it's
bathroom out?
athletic. It doesn't need to be, but it needs to be like open play space,
Like
the
the part of Friedland when you first pull in on the left.
yes,
Yeah.
or on the right,
On the right too.
Yeah,
Well,
the
there
left
it is.
is actually used for drainage, but it's still.
Same, it's just a big open green space.
Yeah.
They basically call it a recreational field. It's
Right.
not
Yeah.
to
Right,
athletic.
and open play.
Correct.
So it's not a field that we'd be permitting for athletic leagues. It would be permitted or open play for residents. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Huh?
So
It solves
the
that
chair.
problem as far as I'm concerned.
But just so everybody's aware, we do not have lighting in that area, so it kind of helps during the day, but it will not help at night.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion?
Let me ask a
Use
question.
down.
Yeah,
It'll
right,
keep-
right,
keep
exactly.
Wear and
It'll
tear
be
and
less,
use down.
let more
Laying out in
rest.
the dark.
Right, more rest. That park closes at dusk.
So if we have a multi-purpose field, that's just nothing exciting. But right next door to it is this brand new artificial turf field, which we know everybody's going to want to use. Are we going to get the use out of the multi-purpose field if it's not done the right way?
That's true.
Well, I agree with Patty. I think about citrus, and citrus isn't great. And I'm hoping in the future that that's going to get taken care of, but we don't need another pothole multi-purpose field that the residents aren't going to use, and we're just going to get slack over it.
And I took it down because we were going away from the skate park. But if it's used just for general use, we're not permitting for it. The organizations need to know We are not permitting for this. This is just strictly for
Kids to go play.
kids to go play, run around but I'll tell you, I mean, you're gonna get people with organizations that are gonna go use it. I mean, they're gonna go and use, I mean, I don't know about like the adult soccer league, so I don't know how you guys regulate it, how we regulate it, but that's probably what potted up the multipurpose fields at the expansion was the overuse of it, which was not planned. So we can expect this to carry over onto the new park. So, and just to backtrack on the skate park, I mean, there is Royal Palm, there is the one in Palm Beach Gardens. I don't think Westlake, I don't think any of them are monitored. I think it's a free use park. So it's not necessary that we have to bring staff there. We could make the pump part and skate, and it could be an open thing, like, so just, I want to just throw that out there. So it's not like we would need to staff.
Probably get sponsorship, sorry. We can probably work on getting sponsorship money to build the skate park and the pump park. We just haven't worked on it apparently, so that, it would be harder to get, the open play field or the multipurpose field, whatever, that other field sponsored if it wasn't a true athletic field. But the other stuff I think we can work on, and we could even stage that in the design that it's built. And as far as the lighting, we can work on that too.
I think my question would be, what do you think a park of, I know you said a.
Well,
park
Benny, have you
next
seen the
to
new one at Okehely? I mean, we could contact them, right?
Who?
Get an idea. Okay,
There's a
they
couple-
just got a brand new bump track.
Just-
There's a couple skate.
But we need to know this like yesterday, right? This is not something.
need to do that.
No.
I just don't want to spend
$350, yeah.
on a bathroom.
Right, I agree. I agree.
I want to give something else
Right.
to the people that are complaining
That they can
can't
actually
go to
use,
the park
yeah.
and use a field. So we can have our permanent park fields, athletic fields, and I've looked at probably every municipality and the county have looked at their policies, and we need to get with them, and they treat every single one of them treats athletic fields differently than they do the open play.
Right, agreed.
So.
Okay, so we're,
But now we just threw a wrench in there. So what?
No,
I think we
because
need to
we're
figure out what
still-
the board would like to do.
right, we're still saying we're gonna bring the skate park back later. Right, so we're gonna get rid of the bathroom. We're gonna do this open play multi-purpose field instead of the bathroom. So we can comply with the extension timeline and then figure out the skate park.
I do have a request. If we're gonna do the field, that we add some cameras to the existing
Oh,
mechanical zone.
absolutely.
Because just for history at that park, we had issues with horses in the grass. We continually have issues with the ATVs, the golf carts, and the electric bikes. So that grass will get torn up most likely, but at least if we have cameras there, we can address it.
So we have 25,000 for cameras already.
That's to basically see the big area, but we could throw some of the smaller ones like what we do through the park system right now.
Okay.
Right at that building, that would
All
at least
right.
give us eyes there.
Yeah.
Through the chair, because this is clearly gonna go into next fiscal year. Some of the camera stuff, we can actually bring that forward as part of the operating budget and try to put as much money towards
The field.
the field.
Okay, all right.
The only one that we may want to look at is just protecting this artificial.
Yes,
turf.
we must, because we're already have seen issues.
Just a question, on the field, we don't have to,
If you need to go.
is there sidewalks that's part of that?
There are sidewalks that go around that on the original plan, which would involve curbing and everything else.
And we don't have to contract this out. Like there's some work that we could do in-house in terms of prepping the.
Site prep,
that
we could
space?
do
Yeah.
that.
No.
But
No,
No.
just contract it out.
We prep it. I've got to take people either from
Okay.
stormwater.
That's fine. I just asked a question.
Yeah. no,
And then the
no,
other
but
thing,
he's answering.
we're not doing the drainage portion to the extent of what was in the original plan either. That's something that we can do later, right? So that will save a lot of money too.
there is certain parts, like I said, that Rob did want it, that felt was very important to get into this particular area. And that's why we've adjusted it to that, but
Is
There
the
is
the
area,
clearings already done there?
No. So we do have to go into that back area. We won't have to clear the whole thing because it only involves.
Yeah, 'cause this is closer to the road, yeah.
To hit through trying to do it, but yeah.
All right, do you want me to make a motion? I know you need to go.
Yes.
It's not letting me, this thing doesn't like my fingers. There.
Do we have any public comment, Scarlett?
So my motion is to approve staff getting the extension, but also to amend the scope to take out the bathroom, take out the security lights and add just an open play field, recreation field, we'll call it.
The security, are you talking about the security lights that are in right now?
Yeah.
Those cameras that we put in there were to protect the field that's in there now.
And the Scarlett, the skate park is not on here initially, so you don't have to put that.
If you can get, hold on one sec, because you're saying that that's for the existing field. If you can build it for 300,000 or 320, the same as the bathroom, you don't need that other 25.
Yeah. They're not asking for the other 20. What I was asking is if I could take a part of that and get those other smaller cameras, we're only talking maybe $5,000 to put them on that building.
But like
If we
Bert
want,
just said, we can
wait.
budget that
Correct.
in the budget, so.
Okay.
You don't have to, the skate park was not on the original.
Scope, yes, but he's already removed it from his proposal.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's already been removed, so we don't need it in the motion.
No, we need, in the motion, we need to.
Remove the bathroom. Right.
And add the. Skate park.
The multi-purpose field.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Oh, this little one.
Yeah,
Does that work? Everyone?
The skate park's
well,
already removed.
right, so we have to, removing the restroom and adding the multi-purpose field. That has to be
no,
included.
you, skate park,
No, look at the little screen.
I'm looking where she's typing on there.
Okay, I'm sorry. Removing the bathroom.
Okay, so the scope of work, the way that it's reading, it's saying revised scope of work to include. So to include, take out removing bathroom and skate park, because that's, you're saying that's,
The
oh my
motion is to
God.
remove those off and then are we adding a scoreboard?
Well, the
scoreboard's on here already.
It was never,
It was
it was in the scope of work.
There was 250,000
Yes.
allocated towards
The
it.
scope of work.
Right,
yes.
so this is what he's presented to us. The
Right.
skate park is not in there.
Right.
So all we gotta do is replace the bathroom with the multi-purpose field for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Can-
my motion
Can I
is.
make this simpler? Can we not just make this? Yeah, simple motion to request an extension of 18 months and revise the scope of work to include the multi-purpose field.
The scoreboard and cameras, because everything else was already approved by the county.
Horse trail parking.
The only thing is about the scoreboard, is that a necessity right now?
It's not, but I
know it's
mean,
nice to have, but is it a priority over the field?
They're going on the.
How much is it?
we're estimating around 80,000 for it.
The sheet right there.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Waste of money, so we know we can use the field.
Yeah.
Question for staff. So what happens if county doesn't receive anything from us?
Then everything expires on the 7th and we basically, we'll end up losing about 1.1 million. That was,
And we're not complying with the agreement, right?
no, they'll still pay out with what's already been done. We just won't have that extra cash basically at this point. We're trying to see if we could still save that.
And then what happens?
So this money, just to be clear, while this is county money from the surtax, this was promised to this area. You do not want this thing to expire.
Right.
Lose that money.
Exactly.
That's not,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
just not acceptable. So
Okay.
sorry.
Do we have any card? We don't have any cards on this, right? So we can vote.
So this, take it down, this part. Right, to include the multi-purpose field.
Well, no, there's more to it, so.
I don't see why we can't just say remove bathroom, add multi-purpose field and go by what is in the backup.
And at this point, the scoreboard is $80,000.
We don't need it right now, do we?
That's something that you can budget.
that the teams can use it, I mean, right now, the way it's set up, the teams can't even use it.
I agree.
Yeah, so-
Right.
Removing the back.
Right.
So-
And a lot of places do their own scoring.
So
I agree.
Back with, scoreboard and then.
And then-
Add scoreboard, semicolon, and then. add-
Period, security.
Yeah, period. So.
Right, there you go.
Structure, there's no parking, and then you can take out the multi-level piece. Something that's up there. Yeah. Is that correct, Ken? Just.
Don't do it.
Is there something else that we have to do for the trailhead for the horse trail parking? Or that's already been done, Burgess? The trailhead for the horse trail parking
Well,
area?
that's part of.
That's all part of it? Okay.
Yeah, that was a part of,
Okay,
Okay, we're good.
System. Where they will have the water and stuff.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have no cards.
We're good, the back.
Correct, Ken?
yeah, it's correct. Everything's on here. The only thing we needed to do is basically just figure out which projects we wanted on. I mean, this is internal. It won't affect anything with the county.
well, doesn't the county have to approve the modified scope of work?
They do, which is why that's
All
why
right.
we're here to get you guys to
Okay.
approve it and then take it to them.
But in the letter to them, we'll clear all this. up,
Okay.
so it doesn't repeat.
All right.
Okay, motion passed. 11.2. For 143 Mind, Body and Spirit, motion to approve a 6-month permit request to host their Wellness Wednesdays at Hamlin House, subject to staff and legal review. They've done this before. This is just basically continuing.
Correct.
So do we have a motion? A second?
I do have a question. How long is this? They're there for 2 hours and it's twice a month and we're only charging $50?
This is the fee that's in policy right now for this.
Yeah.
Do you have any-
I think we need to be looking at that, but
Do you have any cards, Scarlett?
No.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second? Call the vote? Very good. Motion passed unanimous. 11.3 for Divine and Corp DBA That's Amore. A motion to approve Divine and Corp DBA That's Amore permit request to use Citrus Grove Park for their pop-up food truck nights, subject to staff and legal review. Any cards? No. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? We have a second? Call the vote?
I do have a question on this. Do
Okay.
we, sorry. Is there a requirement in terms of background searches?
There is.
Yeah.
Our
Yes, we
policy
put that
now?
in place.
We did get that.
Yeah, we
okay.
did put that in place a couple
So
of months ago.
they'll be required to meet
Mhm.
all of the, okay.
We did include bonding. They have provided the district with everything that we need. Basically, at this point, I think the only thing that's outstanding would be bond, which the county does require as well on their side.
Thank you. Okay, that passed unanimous. 11.4, Frank Carrasso's 5K Rock and Walk. Motion to approve Frank's permit to request to host his free 5K Community Rock Walk for a stronger community event, subject to staff and legal review, or a motion to deny it.
I had to Google rock walk.
I think it's awesome.
I didn't know.
I
thought it was
wouldn't do
a
it.
typo.
No, you
No.
gotta have a
Yeah.
backpack with all of your stuff.
Weighted
and-
backpack.
Yeah, I just did
Okay.
one with the rotary. Yeah, it's very exciting. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Where are they gonna be doing this at?
They recommended south side. They want to go around the track
They're
basically.
using a tracker, okay.
Yeah.
And if not, we already have yeah, twice around,
And we're
you
not
know.
waiving the fees as part of our motion? Or we are?
Yeah, no, there's a waiver request in there. It's under fiscal impact.
Mhm. This is a free community event.
It doesn't matter. Is it a nonprofit?
He's not.
So,
So
like, even
that's why we have the fees on here as well. So
Lake
it's-
Worth,
this is,
nonprofit, you're paying more than everybody else. It's ridiculous.
Probably why nobody goes there.
I think we need to look at that policy.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah. There's no fee waiver in there.
I changed it. Y'all good with that?
To put a fee waiver in there.
Motion passes unanimously. 11.5 Acreage Adult Softball. Motion to approve Acreage Adult Softball's permit request to host their league at Acreage Community Park, subject to staff and legal review, or motion to deny their permit request to host their league at Acreage Community Park. I have a request to speak, Richard.
Yes, Mr. Gould, you're here, right? Can you come up? Your turn, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Sorry.
You've got amazing league going on there, Friday nights. Not that often. Thank you for being here. So your Friday Night League that you volunteer and run out there is absolutely amazing. I've been out there many times. I would suspect that you have somewhere around 300 participants. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a lot of people.
And they're all from out here.
Yes, everybody. That's amazing. So that's great community camaraderie, bringing people together. And I know everybody's having a blast out there. So last meeting, you and your board decided that you no longer wanted to be associated with the Acreage Athletic League for reasons you stated. And that's fine. However, I want to make sure that Friday night for you guys to play out there is your Friday night. And that's not going to be interrupted. Someone's not going to come in here and try to pull a fast one and have you guys out of there. So what I would like to see is a user agreement for this very successful adult softball league on Friday nights that the Acreage Softball League will not be interfered with. And you guys, that is yours. No one's going to change that. So whether we need legal review, make a motion, next meeting. Okay.
And then I can discuss that. You have any thoughts?
Are they being required to have all the same?
yes.
So why are we approving the permit if we're gonna discuss? When is it? Oh, it starts.
And we're trying to start Friday night. We're literally getting ready to start this Friday. And we have done the process. We have our 501c3 in the process. Our file date is the 20th. My vice president had to leave because we both play in Jupiter on Wednesdays. I missed my game tonight.
Oh,
It's okay. This was more important. But we have done all of our proper paperwork. We have submitted everything to Kenny. We've been working closely with Kenny and Jeff to make sure everything we're doing is crossing our T's and dotting our I's and doing everything appropriately.
thank you.
And it has been verified with the state that all this information is correct and they do have their corporate docs and everything in order.
And insurance and all that.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep, and,
So I support a user agreement. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is just saying that they can do charity tournaments without it coming to the board as a special event permit, because that's always been the case. So that's the only thing that.
It would,
Okay, well, we'll, yes.
through the chair, it would be the same process. So this is just an agreement. They would still have permits involved with each one of the events that they do. So they'd have a permit for the regular season, and then each charity event or whatever would be something
Would be
different. It
separate.
would still be
Yeah.
tied up underneath the agreement, but they would still have that permit itself. That
That would
to the
still
board.
come to the board. Beautiful. All right, we'll put that on next month. Yeah, we'll put that on next month's agenda.
two more things.
Okay.
Real quick, an apology and a thank you. I do know at the last meeting, a member of our audience was extremely rude to you after you spoke for your 3 minutes and said that you wasted 3 minutes of the taxpayers' time. So I want to make an apology on behalf from me that you had to put up with something like that. And secondly, I know you are U.S. military, 12 years, active U.S. military, National Guard. Thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote. Motion passes 5-0. 11.6 for Florida Sports Leagues. Motion to approve Florida Sports League's permit to host their league at Acreage Community Park South expansion, subject to staff and legal review, or motion to deny Florida Sports League's permit to host their league at Acreage Community Park South expansion. Do we have any cards, Scarlett, in the meantime?
I'd like to make a motion to deny.
For the record, the permit applicant is here this evening. His name's Brian Myers.
Okay, hi, good
So he can
evening.
answer any questions you guys might have about the
Okay.
request.
Yeah, good evening. How's everyone doing?
Good, how are you? Thank you.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having
Okay.
me. So I represent Florida Sports Leagues. And what we are is a nonprofit program that gets adults out exercising, network and socializing. I run leagues from Jacksonville, Florida, down to Boca Raton, west to Cape Coral, and most specifically for this region, we are closest to City of Palm Beach Gardens, Palm Beach County, Martin County, and City of North or Village of North Palm Beach, and the City of Green Acres. So with that area, we have a lot of players that come from all over the county and play. I'm getting more and more requests from Acreage residents to have something that they could have locally. They brought to my attention that there was a new park out here, that there were some issues with something else that was going on with adult soccer, not quite.
So you're a soccer league?
Yes, ma'am. Well,
Okay.
we're a sports league, but soccer is where I focus.
Okay.
We do youth tournaments, like 1-day tournaments, usually 5 versus 5 or 3v3. And, you know, I'm here on behalf of the residents of Acreage that play in our soccer league, and they're just asking to have something a little closer. The new turf field is something that, they brought to my attention, but we would be happy to go anywhere that we could, pay for a permit. We prefer lights. We want to use a Sunday night between like 5 and 10 p.m. We're fully insured. I can come with letters of recommendation from Village of North Palm Beach County, City of Palm Beach Gardens, across the state. And I'm open for any other questions that you guys may or may not have.
So through the chair, basically what they're looking for is they're looking to be able to reserve Sunday nights at South Expansion. At this time, we don't even know if we can really permit that area. It would be more of like a reservation just to kind of block out a time frame. We are going to run into that issue once this field does open. We're still going to have to figure out how we can control these large outside groups that are just going to overwhelm that field. The county has already reached out about using it as well. But that's more for spring because of what's going to happen at Freedland Park. So they're looking just to kind of reserve a small spot, and they don't need the whole field, it's just a portion of it.
Right, but they want the turf field
Correct,
and we can't permit that yet.
correct.
And
So-
we're saying no to other people for it, so it's not.
And it's
fair
not
for-
even open yet, right? So there's an issue. I'm sure you've heard about all this already. You've explained it, Kenny. I'm not going to reiterate it again. So I don't know that we could approve it for ACP. Is there another place they could play?
We've talked about possibly Hawful or one of the other parks, but if it's evening hours, I mean, they're open to adjusting the schedule based off of what we have available. It's just, if you guys want to actually
Okay.
go that route.
So
we can
it
work
can't,
with
it can't be at ACP at this time. So can we make a motion to maybe approve it at another park, subject to availability?
This is the challenge that we have had and that I keep bringing up. We do not have enough.
I understand that, but
for
if
what
they
we
want
have
to play
right
it
now.
helpful, I mean,
If they want to play it hopeful, yes, but
right.
again, I keep bringing up that unless you have a user agreement, an athletic user agreement, and there's specific things that other counties and even the municipality, they don't waive the fees.
He's not asking for a fee waiver.
Yes, it does. It says fee
He
waiver.
just said no. He just said no.
No, ma'am, we allocate 30% of what we charge our registration to go to our field owners, 30% to go to our operations, and 30% to go to our referees, 10% for good business practice savings.
So if he's willing to play it hopeful and he's willing to pay for it,
And depending on what your community would like as well too, I'm making a big movement across the state of changing. A lot of times we have 10-year-olds that are playing soccer 9 versus 9 or 12-year-olds playing 11v11. That becomes what I would just consider, and I humbly say, like a money grab for a lot of times, because these other leagues are trying to get as many people on the field as possible because they can collect extra registrations if they have 18 kids vying for one ball or 22 kids vying for one ball. With the 5v5 and 3v3 kids component that I bring, it's more of trying to get the kids a lot of touches. The more times they get on the ball, they decide, do I pass? Do I shoot? Do I dribble? And that's where we really see like the player development. And what I'm hoping to create is the love for the game. That's like given me so much in my life. Like, I won't go into my story, but if I didn't have sports, like, you know, that man would be watching over me in a different place right here. I say that humbly and respectfully. So I'm mainly coming here because, again, your residents have reached out to me. I've been running the leagues for, 21 years. And I'm just trying to be able to give them something closer to home. Whereas right now they're leaving and they're going to Palm Beach Gardens, and then they're going out to the restaurants over there, or they're going to spend money at their gas stations or their Publix, or they're coming up to Jupiter Farms. And the residents are, again, they're just spending money outside. They're leaving outside the acreage and
We're not.
they're asking for something here.
well,
Yeah.
And I do have one other comment that was earlier where we were dealing with the issue with like e-bikes and horses and ATVs. I work at Jupiter Farms Park almost 5 days a week, and we're having that same issue. So one thing that I'm working with the county on to do with that park is we're using our athletic association to be able to build a wooden fence just big enough to be able to like keep the ATVs and the animals out. It's really hard with the e-bikes, but it's a really serious problem that we have. I coach 2 kids teams, 9-year-old boys and 11-year-old girls. And sometimes those e-bikes are out there, riding, feet away from these kids. And, I'm blowing my whistle, I'm causing the scene, I'm going down on them and whatnot. But for you guys, when you're considering with your new field, I would definitely put something in there for some infrastructure, some type of fencing around what you want to protect, because that's going to be one of your biggest assets for your community right there. It just takes one person going out there doing something silly, burnouts or whatever, and they ruin your turf. And then here you have all these people like myself that want to pay money and permit it. It's not user friendly, or it becomes unsafe if someone goes out there and neglects, making a good on-call decision because they have, 100 people there for a flag football game or something.
So have you asked the county for field space at Friedland Park?
Yes, ma'am. We're actually out there on Sundays right now.
So you're trying to relocate from there on Sundays to Acreage Community?
No, I'm just trying we'll be using both. So our normal field is Seminole Palms.
Don't we already have a soccer league?
in acreage
Acreage Soccer League, yeah.
for adults.
Oh, this is adults only. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, this is adults. We play on Sunday nights. It's our main time to be able to go out and get exercise. I was speaking earlier because one of the things I'd also like to open up for Florida Sports League is a 1 day from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. being able to run a 5v5 or a 3v3 kids tournament. I do it with the local city soccer. I have a user agreement with Palm Beach County Sports Commission where they've given me grants to be able to run 4 of them for them. We're halfway through that. It's been going really, really great. And if you guys would allow it, I'd like to be able to have that a 1 day tournament where I either bring in the 5v5 group. We don't do anything except for if it's a grass field, we can paint the lines. We do full service. Or if it's a turf field, we set some cones down. We bring up our pop-up goals. Most of the time we'll, ask the municipality if we have any food trucks or vendors that you'd recommend. We go with local vendors and the folks are like in and out and they'll travel from all over the state to come play. And it would be one time, once a year.
So I think.
The request is just what's in here formally, but during conversations with them, he did say that he could be open to scheduling what's available and what we could actually.
And if I may add to that, so what I do when working around the state with different municipalities is we try to create 2 or 3 different nights for adults to be able to come out there and have an organized event, soccer game. We don't do any practices or anything. They show up, they do like an hour game or a 90-minute game, certified referee or referees. And we try to make sure that with these individuals, they are have a co-ed option. They have a women's option and they have a men's option. So we want to make sure, depending on, that's why the extra request would come and we would only accept it if availability was there.
Microphone.
I think that's what we need to.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where I think we need to focus on because that has certain other clearance that you can do in insurance, whereas I think you'd have to come back to us for the younger because then that's going to require other.
Same
So
coverage,
I think we focus on the adult and get that one
Yes, ma'am.
there. So
I didn't catch your name. What was your name, sir?
Brian Meyer, sir.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
So obviously at the moment, the artificial turf's not going to work out, correct?
Correct.
And I'm hoping that somehow one day this gets resolved. There's too complicated. But before, and you're going to pay for your permit, like you said.
Yes, sir.
I think it would be wise to maybe inspect where we're suggesting that you play to make sure it's adequate and you think it'll suffice for what your needs are. We do have a couple of, we have Citrus, we have Hoffel. And there's a county park if you want to go through them. But, you're here and you said, because of logistics and people in the acreage and stuff, they're interested in here and I'm all for that. So, but I think, I have no issue approving your permit, but I want to make sure you're happy with it and not paying for something like, it's not going to be like our football fields.
Yes, sir. And again, we can be patient with this permit too. So if we had to wait for the artificial turf to get finished, if the other fields weren't sufficient, we'd be open to whatever. I just want to go back to the residents that are playing in my league and just say, hey, I was able to get in front of the board and these are the options that we have at this time right here. Stay patient and in summertime, hopefully we'll be able to have some space. And that's really when I want to start the permit is in June, July, and August, because right now we do have Samuel Friedman. We're using that. So this isn't one that's going to pop up right away. This is something that I'm just trying to get ahead of.
Okay.
if you're looking at Hoffel, have you had a chance to look at Hoffel Park to see?
Not in person, no, ma'am.
So, I mean, we can, I know there's a motion right now to deny, so I'm not talking about that, but let's say that motion doesn't pass and we pass this, I mean, he has the opportunity to go look at Hoffel. And if he likes it, hey, he can say, yeah, I want to use the field. If we deny it flat out right now, then he has to come back in another month and then that starts. So I think if he's willing to look at Huffle, he has the opportunity to say, Penny, I don't think this is gonna work. For me, and I don't want to do it. But at least this way, we can either deny it or we can pass it, but just know that he can always cancel it if it doesn't work for him.
And Citrus could be a potential option too. I mean, Sunday nights are going to be a night that isn't as busy as the rest of the week and everything else. So, I mean, you basically be approving the concept, and if it works, it works. And
So right now we have a motion on the table to deny. Do I have a second?
Modify my motion, but I want Acreage Community Park South expansion, Acreage Community Park period out.
Right, it's not possible. It can't happen. So
But when it can happen, we'll reevaluate.
if it ever can.
If.
We don't know when
permit-wise.
that's gonna be.
Right, it could be never, it could be, we don't want to give you false hope. Because that's is an issue with that park, with the type of usage that is permitted. It's not our decision, it's the county and what the grant that they got to purchase it. So it's not something that we're saying, no, we're not permitting that field. We have no choice.
Yeah.
So just know that we're not trying to, discourage you. We have no choice but to say no. So basically, what is your new motion then? To approve at Hoffel, subject to staff and legal review? And we have a second.
do we want to maybe revise it to where it could be Citrus too?
Yes,
So they have
I
an
was going-
option.
Yeah, we can.
Just a passive park.
Well,
What's
are you,
available.
you want to
Has to
add,
accommodate everybody
I
in the world.
understand. Well, it doesn't matter. So we could just add Citrus Grove, Hoffel or Citrus, subject to availability. You good with that, Betty? Okay. We have a motion and a second. We'll call the vote. Okay. Okay, very good.
Yeah. I don't know what the is.
Motion passed 5-0. Go check out the parks, figure it out with Kenny, decide what you want to do.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you all for your time.
18 and over, just off topic, just 18 and over.
Yes, ma'am. For the adult league. Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, 11.7 Outpost Athletics League, motion to approve Outpost Athletic League permit request to host their league at ACP, subject to staff and legal review, or motion to deny Outpost Athletic League Corp. permit to host their league at ACP. Okay,
Is the baseball acreage athletic league, because I know there was a point where they were scheduling to use the
This is
field.
baseball?
Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
it's baseball.
Okay.
So are they scheduled using this right now?
At this point, I don't have anybody's schedule from their side.
Okay.
They were
I
trying
don't know
to,
what's
I know
going
I've talked to the board member.
I know there was some sort of issue with, I think during the middle school season that they were using.
So what the issue is that when the school fields are underwater, which apparently happens during rainy season, they don't have good drainage. They have an agreement with the county to, or the school district has an agreement that they're allowed to use Hopeful Park, or not Hopeful, Friedland. When they use Friedland, that bumps everybody that is permitted to use Friedland Park. And this has come up in the past 2 years. And the Acreage Athletic League, this is why, they shouldn't be getting bumped from being able to use the fields. And it's a problem if we're going to be letting another league come in. It's just. No.
Can I speak to this?
They also use our park.
May I speak to this?
yes, please do.
I was a scheduler for Athletic League Baseball last season. I dealt with that exact issue. The issue was is they would give priority to the middle schools in softball. We were scheduled out way before those games were scheduled for practices. It was mostly a practice issue. We were in discussions about overflow over to here. It's a huge problem because many people in the league have 2 children. They're going to split families. They're going to be at 2 different parks. It was not well received.
In my personal opinion, I'd rather share a field at Hamlin than split the league. That was what was decided. That's how we handled it. It was something that we've resolved, in my opinion. As far as not passing my motion, because you want to think Acreage League is coming back here, you're just going to leave the fields unused, take away opportunities from kids, for a future possibility that Acreage will come here. And from my understanding, Acreage would have priority over me anyway. So how would I stand in the way of anything?
Right.
Well, with respect to
Thank you.
baseball, that hasn't been how it's been treated, so. As I understand, sir, you were having problems getting an answer when you had requested for field space
Here?
at Acreage Community Park North, yes.
Yeah, I didn't deal with that. Jack did, President. But there was some sort of lingering permit approval that was pushed through. Once that situation came up, we never had to utilize the permit.
Patty?
I don't handle everything over there, so.
I have gone to, and I haven't heard anything further from the baseball, from Acreage Athletic League about utilizing these. I know they had, when I went to the meeting and I met with them, and the president was there, he said he would love to figure out something, but I haven't heard anything further. We were all there, in April? Was that when we did our bus tour?
Yeah.
And we went to April, and it was 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and I've said this at the meetings, I said it then, it's disappointing because my kids grew up there and it was a live park and it was exciting. And it was sad to see that gone at our park because the Acreage Athletic League is now using the county park. I would love to see something come back to our field. I would love to see Acreage Community or whomever, and if they're not coming and requesting it, I would love to see those parks used. I want a purpose to have a press box put back in or whatever we're gonna do there. I don't like seeing them empty. I know we have the softball league, but I would love to see.
I
the
play
kids
in that
back
league as
playing at
well.
that field. So, but I will say, excuse me, I will say the one thing that I am concerned about, and I brought this up, is the parking there. With all the equipment trucks that we have in that parking lot, it limits, and if we have co-ed football or anything going on there, that limits how much, and when do you have 24 kids? Is that what I saw?
That's the inaugural season. I would like to start with 24, yes.
24 kids. I mean, so, yeah, so
That's
my
not
only concern would be your parking issue over there. Because you can't park on the street and we have limited parking and that parking gets already packed during the football season. We would have that whether you were coming or Acreage. So I would, if we're gonna do something, I think we need to make sure we're able, Burgess, to handle the parking over there. I would make a motion, the fee waiver, are you a 501c3?
I am, but we are traveling. I would pay if I have to.
I would like to see some sort of pay on that.
My currently the application's in process with IRS and I've given them supporting documents, I believe 3 weeks ago.
You
So
have
I
it, so
feel
you
like
don't have a date of when it might.
when the actual tax exemption will be completed, no, but I do have a nonprofit corporation set up, any arrangements made. So
Sure.
fully functional, I just can't give exemptions
Sure.
to any donations.
Yes.
When does the softball play?
Yeah, Friday nights.
No, but isn't there another?
Which
There's a practice, they practice,
The
I think it's a
girls-
travel practice, right?
Yeah.
you talking about the youth softball?
The travel league, I think that practices at the fields. I don't think they do anything, but they practice, right?
These aren't tournaments, right? This is-
Jacksonville, that's what you discussed in Jacksonville Storm. No, I don't believe they're out there. You guys
We
approved
did
the
not.
permit, but they never turned in insurance and we never heard back.
You know, okay, yeah. So,
And so,
Are you making a motion?
making a motion.
Okay, hold on,
Be
Rich.
subject to, it needs to be subject to
You,
the
this,
existing leagues that
this,
have been functioning.
Availability.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. This was on the permit on the agenda last month, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you pulled it.
I did.
I was told that you were advised that if you are not under the Acreage Athletic League, you will not get a permit.
That's correct.
That's correct. And did that happen from one of our board members?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I'll speak to
No,
that.
hold on, I'm
because
not
we
finished yet.
discussed this
I'm
last
not,
month.
I'm not finished yet. So when we have a meeting like this and it's up to the board to approve or deny a permit, you were told that you won't get it.
Not unless I'm under the AAL umbrella.
Okay, and that discussion wasn't here at
Was
a
not.
board meeting, was it? That's very unethical, and I find that disturbing that you were misinformed when you are trying to make a competitive baseball league of young kids, and you're denied the ability to do that on the advice of one person. I'm very familiar with baseball out here over the years, and this is when we started out when my son was very young. And there is no competitive baseball out here. And the good players, that's all.
I don't see where it says competitive in here.
Excuse the interruption from the crowd. We left the acreage because there was no competitive baseball. And the very talented kids that play out here, and I know this because I've been around, that they also leave. So to build a group of kids from the neighborhood, build them up, train them, show them the way, I think is excellent. So I'm appalled that you were told on the side that you cannot do this in this.
Now she's where I can.
Yeah, please keep it down back there. If you want to have a discussion, step outside, please. Okay, I'm hearing chatter back there. So whoever's talking, just asking you to please keep it down so we could speak to the applicant. You need some water? Do you need some water? We could get you some water, absolutely. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Were you finished, Richard?
No, I'm not finished yet. That would be the Acreage Landowners Association in the front row doing that. Yes, it is.
Jesus sins.
Enough.
You know what?
He's not harassing anybody. Stop. Rick, please stop.
It's.
We're trying to conduct business. Please stop. Please.
It's still going, and they don't respect it.
No respect.
There's no respect.
There's no respect.
I just
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
You
I have-
It's the continual conversation.
No, but.
Please.
Problem here.
This right here, stop.
Talking about, you're talking. Excuse me, point of order through the chair.
Yes.
Please, if we're not gonna get them to stop, we keep giving them chances and they still keep talking over. And we are asking for the people that keep continuing to vote, to be, what are we doing? Is it when they're speaking out loud enough to where they're disrupting and we can't hear what people are speaking? And we've asked them, please stop, multiple times throughout this whole meeting.
The board's adopted a policy that disruption, a person who is disrupting from the board's viewpoint should be warned. And if it keeps up, that the board has the authority to ask that person or to have that person removed. It's a board decision.
This is the final warning. I think the final warning needs to be instant now that we won't be disrupted and the next person that does it will be asked to be removed.
You will be allowed to speak after we have a motion on the floor and before we vote.
I have a
So
question.
you have to put a card
Not,
in.
not at the moment.
Not at the moment, and
Wait.
the item's already been
Wait.
called. It's too late.
Wait.
It's too late for a card. It's too late for a card. The item's already been called. Please continue. Sorry. Okay.
I would like opinion from legal about a board member giving unethical advice without the consent of the rest of the board or at a public meeting on something like this. It's extremely unethical and this is wrong. And this is unacceptable.
Sir, did you message me or you called me?
Both,
And Holly Brown had you call me?
yes.
And as I recall, the conversation that we were having was not about starting a league. It was about a travel team.
Travel
You
Development
did
League.
not have insurance. So
I do
before
have
you-
insurance through UAAA.
You do not have all the real information.
You advised him that he would not be able to
I-
have a team
Yeah.
unless he's under the acreage
I-
athletic league. It's not an
One
allegation.
at a time, because we can't hear both of you at the same time. So let him finish. He was not finished. Let him finish and then you will speak, please. Go ahead. You're good? Okay. Right, right. Can you repeat
What were
it?
you saying? She said, she had to say about, we didn't have the whole story, or you didn't have the whole story, and then you said what? After that, you remember?
My mic's on, it probably is on recording. But I believe Mr. Venus. I believe that happened. It's not an allegation. This is, it's, you have a track record of being against anybody unless they're under the acreage athletic league. And I support everybody in the acreage.
You support undermining the Acreage Athletic League and
That's an accusation, please.
No,
Enough. It's both ways. No.
public record.
No.
Okay, and here is what our discussion was about. It was about a travel team. The easiest pathway forward to have a travel team is to work with the Acreage Athletic League and the organizations that's already here. Especially if you don't have insurance, especially if there's issues with respect, and we talked about this last week or last month, that the Acreage Baseball needed additional field time. And Holly Brown, who's the one who told him to call me, was the one who's called me and messaged me for the past 2 years and apparently couldn't even get a response out of staff about it. So that was the information that was given to me. Okay, and as far as I'm concerned, Acreage Athletic League shouldn't be treated like that. And neither should the landowners and what you guys are doing.
May I speak?
That was what I said.
I do have insurance through UAAA travel program. I'm not trying to undermine AL baseball. Let the rec kids rec. Trying to offer something for the travel kids. They're leaving here. They're just straight leaving. I mean, is that what you want? For us to lose the competitive players of these leagues? So let the rec kids rec. I'm part of that. I'm part of that league. My kid plays in it. My kid's a rec kid, but I'm trying to get him to go somewhere, brighter. I want to give him an opportunity, chance. So I am involved in AAL baseball, and it has its issues, let's say. Every league does. Why not give me an opportunity to do something new? See if I can do it better. If I don't, whatever, pull my permit. But I mean, giving me no shot, I don't think that's fair.
I didn't make one take it. So I make a motion
There we go. Do we have a second? Okay, any cards, Scarlett?
So right now, we have, he's requesting fee waiver. You're getting a 501c3. Are we? So we're issuing, it's all subject to meetings.
Right.
So I wanted to check, okay, so good. I want to make.
The same thing with the insurance. It's like everything. Instead of we kind of changed that a while ago because if people get denied and we got all the paperwork together, it just doesn't make sense. So you
Right.
basically are approving the concept and it could still get denied internally if we don't get that information.
Absolutely. Okay. Can we call the vote?
It's going to be subject to field availability, right? Correct.
All right, and I'm gonna add something, so this doesn't continue to happen. I think that if any of these sports leagues, we've spent a lot of time over the past couple of years on youth sports. And I'm not saying it's not important, because it is, and it's important for the kids to play. And I've been saying that all along. And I have no skin in the game, right? I don't have kids. I'm not involved with any of these leagues. I don't have a side to pick, which other people seem like they do. But it is imperative that we do not, as the board, interfere, whether it's you, Patty, myself, Rich, or Michael, in anything that is going on. If someone has an issue and they contact one of us, when it comes to something like this that needs to come to the board, or really anything, we should be saying, okay, talk to staff. If you get back to me, you as the resident, get back to me and say, I've reached out to staff, they haven't contacted me, then I will contact Burgess, or I will contact Kenny or Jeff. We are not to the ones that should be making the decisions and telling people whether or not they're going to be approved or denied. That is not our decision until it comes to us on the agenda. It will go to them. This is their job. There is a chain of command. And I think, my personal opinion, if any of us do that, we're interfering. And I don't think any of us should be doing that. And I'm not singling anybody out. I'm saying any of us.
I also don't think that a board member should be going out recruiting people to start their own leagues and take over Acreage Community Park.
I don't.
False accusation. That is a
So it's
false
really
accusation.
to look at
Hold
things with
Okay.
rose-colored glasses.
I don't know where this is coming from with this recruitment. I don't believe that this gentleman was recruited. It sounded like he was
Excuse
on
me?
his own.
Is that an insult?
Let's,
I didn't lift anything at you. I said that was an accusation and you just said F you to me.
who did, whoa. All right, hold on.
Yeah, I
Hold
think,
on.
We have a civility that we all agreed to.
And you guys got a letter tonight and you totally ignored it from a resident about his behavior.
We have not ignored anything. We
Yeah.
received and filed it. I agree. That's enough. That's enough, or we're gonna adjourn the meeting for tonight.
May I say one last thing?
Yeah.
I'm not here to play politics. I'm here to play baseball.
Thank
Don't
you.
want anything to do with any of that. All right?
Thank you. Okay. Can we move on, please?
For the record, I'm not recruiting anybody at all. Put your microphone on. You know,
We're not gonna do this.
Okay.
We're not gonna do this. We're
no,
not,
that's a topic that is not on the agenda.
thank you.
If
If we need to put this on the agenda for next month, we will. But we are not
Don't sit there.
discussing this tonight.
Oh, what were you doing there with your hand? Yeah, you see, he does that shit constantly and you guys don't call it out.
Doing
And I'm
what?
I'm not gonna sit
What
there.
did he do?
He sits here, he's whispering thing, and then he just did this to me. You know,
We literally sound like we're 5 years old.
I didn't see it, otherwise,
Wow.
all right. Now,
What's happening.
Yeah.
you can
Yes.
see what?
Move on.
Please. All right, no, we're moving on.
Hey, guys, if you want.
11.8,
No,
11.8.
this is Temple Park.
Yes.
Well, apparently
Does-
you guys can't handle it either, so.
Yeah.
Discussion and
Right here. That
consideration.
are Here, you're not my mother, you're not.
All right,
Through
that's enough.
Temple Park, we looked at different products. When we brought this forward during the budget process earlier in 25 for this fiscal year, one of the things that we were asked by the board is try to figure out ways to keep assessments low, and we need to get this done. So Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sisolak. And we brought the material in, looked at doing something temporarily that would probably last 8 to 10 years, but that would allow us some time to budget to redo Temple Park, and then the next step would be to do the same thing at Sycamore Park. So what we've done, we're coming back to the board to see as we go out and look for financing for the ACP lights on the North Athletic Fields campus. Do you want us to look at just seeing if we can get good rates through Mr. Eckloff, through Piper Sandler? Do you want us to look at the potential of just trying to add that and pay it off over a 5-year period of time and rebuild the tennis and basketball courts at both Temple Park and Sycamore Park, and then we're done with this for the next 20 years?
I would prefer to do it right instead of doing this.
Different direction.
Yeah, instead of doing this that is unproven, unknown out how it's going to be in the elements. Is it going to be slippery? Are the balls going to bounce? Or is it going to crack? I'm very concerned about that overlayment. We still have not been able to actually see it. We've discussed this on several occasions over the past few months. This is not something new. We have discussed it. And I would like to see the courts done right. If we've got the money,
What dates was it
And it-
discussed? Because we gave direction.
previous meetings, when you weren't here, I'm sorry.
Oh,
about that.
when was that?
You missed several meetings,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
and it wasn't on
and we
any
discussed-
agenda.
But we discussed it.
Okay.
So-
So the original direction that we received was to use that material. The material is used outdoors. It is not slippery because we did verify that. So if it's raining and stuff, it's not like slippery plastic. Any surface, when it gets wet, there's going to be some level of, risk. But nonetheless, we're bringing this back tonight to see, do you want us to continue down this path? And we will try to get you into one of the charter schools, which is in South Palm Beach County, to actually see the material in use or how it's being used. Or the board can say, you know what, as part of your process with Piper Sandler and Miss McIntosh and finance, to look for financing for ACP lights. Do you want us to include that? Because these courts will need to do this again next fiscal year in 27 for Sycamore Park. So do you want us to do this, or do you want us to rebuild the courts altogether?
How long will it take to get financing?
I'm not sure. It's not like a bond issue where it takes, you're talking weeks.
And
Yeah.
so the cost was, if I recall, 200,000
We have
each.
We have two quotes. One came in at like 175, 180, and then we had a second one from another company that came in at over 350.
For that overlayment,
Correct.
for each court.
Correct. I do have experience playing on them. They actually play well. We're outdoor. My concern with that is the warranty portion of it. We can't protect those courts. The kids are going to drive all over it with the golf carts and everything else. They did say that we would get a 15-year warranty, but as soon as that happens.
But if it's right, that's for manufacturer defect, not for vandalism.
Correct.
And so, all right. So how much was it to do the courts, ground up and asphalt? Do you recall? I think we were looking at like $1 million, right?
It's probably in that range, yes, because we'll have to remove everything that's there. And if we just put asphalt, we're going to have potential root issues. So we have to make sure whatever's underneath the surface is done right.
Right. Okay. So we're looking at either 400K on the low end, 700 on the high end, or $1 million to actually do it like a court without an overlayment where we don't know.
There's different levels. This is where the board's really got to decide what they want that to look like, because you've got just asphalt over at Sycamore Park, or you have that base layer, and then they actually put that athletic layer over top of it where they actually surface it, and then they line that. So you could line just the asphalt and just have it for a court, or you could have something that's stepped up more. That material, when I estimated that just to do it internally, was like $150,000.
Right.
just to add
And,
that.
and we
layer.
always say we're not a city and we don't need to be at
Correct.
that top level. So, how I feel, right? I'm one of 5, but I think we should do it and do it right and do it at asphalt.
I agree.
And we'll have at least 20 years instead of, maybe 2 weeks before somebody comes and destroys it. How many times have the kids come off the bus and damage those courts?
It's daily that we're dealing with
Right.
that issue. out there.
So in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, we're throwing away between $500,000 and $750,000 by doing that. What are they going to do to the asphalt?
Exactly.
Right. So I don't know. We budgeted how much for this year for these courts?
It was somewhere around what, 200? It was to cover the
200 each.
The 170.
It was 200 each, right? So we budgeted 400. And we talked about before pulling money out of the reserve, right? So let's see how long it's going to take for financing. And if we have to pull the money out of reserve and get them done right away, let's do it and be done with it. Because we've been waiting a year.
In reserve.
That's what I'm asking. And we don't have those numbers yet, right?
Yeah, but we don't have that kind of money.
Well, we already budgeted 400.
But this is how we end up overspending on our budget over $1 million because not for nothing.
Well,
why did it take a year for this to come back to us? It was the staff recommendation.
Because there was a lot of other
Parks-
priorities, right? Right.
There was other priorities, but to the residents, we gave direction. They were here at this meeting and they were expecting it to be done and it didn't get done. And now we're talking about this. I don't understand how we get there.
Well, we're here, so let's figure it out and let's resolve it once and for all.
Since when do they build a tennis court or a basketball court with rebar?
You have to. 'cause
Okay,
you have to have
where does
something
it-
that holds
'cause-
the concrete,
because-
otherwise
'cause
it
I've
falls apart.
looked-
It's like a sidewalk.
I've looked, asphalt, you don't put rebar in asphalt.
In asphalt, but
So
It doesn't even have the mesh.
who would we actually talk to? Because I asked this question then too. I said, we have residents that have wanted to, and you said, you spoke to that lady.
Which
And you
lady?
had Brad and whatever her name is,
I haven't
Brad
spoken to
and
anybody.
that company. At the time, we had that discussion.
I do not
So what are you recommending now? You're saying now that this material is not appropriate. What are you recommending we do?
If we were going to do it right, we definitely need to remove everything that's existing because you can't go over that. It would just be destroyed because it's the basis.
But that's been there for 20 years. So is that an option? That we put a layer over it?
No, that was done before in the tennis courts and that failed as well because they asphalt over top of the concrete that was already failing. So
when did
there's
they
no
do that?
support
When
in
did
that
they do
concrete itself.
Do we know when they built it?
The park, it was in the audit that we did
Right.
years. So it's most of the parks were built like in 92. So
So
somewhere in the
it's lasted
90s.
all this time.
Actually, it's been like this since I started.
I want to do it right and I want it done right away. But I'm going to tell you right now, people are going to be pissed right off about having to pay yet another thing for parks. And this should have been discussed when we were doing the budget.
It was discussed
It
during the
was
budget.
discussed.
Well,
And again, as I
Because
said,
we tried to save everybody money and then we end up in this position.
the
So
board-
we can't have it both ways. This is the problem.
Yeah,
if I
but
can speak,
Yes.
we were told it's $1 million to do this. We cannot afford that. We cannot charge
Right.
that assessment. We said, we found other material to do this that will work over the current existing, but it will only last for approximately 8 to 10 years. But that gets you further out so that you can rebuild because the concrete underneath it will need rebar unless you're going to do it with asphalt, and you can do it with asphalt. So we did what we were
Yes, you
requested
did.
and what we recommended, and that's what we're doing. I'm bringing this back tonight because I've had couple different conversations with couple different board members individually that say, oh, I don't know about doing this with this. Why don't we just redo the courts entirely? So I'm bringing it back tonight to say you as a board can say, yes, continue what you recommended.
we as a board already gave direction.
Yeah.
So why is that direction changing? Has the staff changed your opinion that this is a viable option?
I mean, if we,
If the warranty is only going to be manufactured
Have changed their mind.
recently, yes,
Give
when it, because it
directed-
came up, that we've discussed it at the meetings, that we wanted to see it. Hold on, don't make faces at me.
Not making. faces.
You are.
I'm just saying, case in
When,
point.
no, when,
Yeah.
when it came up at several meetings, we wanted to see it because Kenny was concerned that the manufacturer was only going to warranty their defects, not any vandalism. Do we want to throw away $400,000 to $700,000 because somebody is going to vandalize it? Look how much vandalism we see on a constant basis in our parks.
gonna have
So-
vandalism.
So we have to rethink it, right? Okay, so now we're rethinking it. Then people start calling the news. Hey, we're complaining. We want the parks done. Okay, well, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna do it and have it vandalized and have it damaged in a week, 2 weeks, a year? Or are we gonna just bite the bullet, do it right, and let the kids play? Patty, go ahead.
Okay. I know I was one of the ones that questioned, and I did it publicly, that I said I wanted to be able to see how the field, how the courts handled. I wanted to know if it would have an effect, especially on tennis and pickleball. People are going out there, if they're getting a different spin and can't control, they're not gonna be happy with this surface court. So I did ask this publicly when we were saying it, and, you know, and as far as I'm concerned, as soon as we could see it, we could go look at it, we could see if we liked it, and if we didn't, okay, then we'd have to figure out another way to go with this. My question is, if we do this overlay, how much would it cost to put a fence around the basketball court? Wouldn't that be, instead of spending $1 million? Because if our concern is people riding golf carts, ATVs, if we make it to where it's only people that can pass through walking, and it's the cost of a fence, we're not having to worry about people getting on there, and we are not spending $1 million. Maybe we're spending,
you're
how
probably,
much would a fence cost?
you're probably somewhere around 65 to 80 to
Okay.
fence that area.
But that's still
based off
better
of-
than $600,000.
But the material, what is the concern about the material getting vandalized?
Because
If a kid.
it's a heavy plastic, and if they're riding, it's not made for
For the
ATVs.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
got
made for
the-
ATVs and heavy equipment.
You've
Right.
got they have the golf carts. We deal with the kids driving the golf carts, even on the playground, on the artificial turf out there. They've torn that up, but we've managed to put it back down. But we have that issue, and those e-bikes have become a serious problem. They like to sit there,
Everywhere.
hold it in place, and just rev up the tires, and it could melt the plastic. So
But we
there could
need
be issues
go
as far as
6 foot
stuff like
fence
that.
they can't throw the bike over and climb over.
I mean, those are small enough, they could just drive it
Yeah.
right through the entry,
Yeah.
unfortunately. There's no stopping that, but I mean, that park and Sycamore are issues. They're major issues. at
But
this point.
how do we, so that's great for at night, but during the day, it's still gonna be open, so everybody can play on it. No, people are vandalizing when, in the day or at night?
People.
It's
Doesn't matter.
on average, it's at any time you have,
Right, so. even
it seems
if
to
we
be right around the
fence
time
it, the
that
gate
the
has
kids
to
get
be
dropped off.
Still not able to get an ATV or a golf cart on them.
So we have to have a
So
gate just,
eliminating the bigger equipment is what I'm saying. So if we can put a fence up and it's only $65,000, and so we're at 500,000 versus $1 million.
well, it's gonna be 400 to 700.
Right.
What is the why is such a, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Why is such a drastic difference
Yeah.
between the 400 and the 700?
Are we talking about the
The
two different
overlayment.
companies?
Yeah,
It's the same, honestly, it's the same manufacturer. They get it from one place, and that's the problem, is all the local people that we're dealing with are installers. They're not
Yeah,
like
they're-
dealing with Musco. So I actually did talk to the manufacturer directly to see what kind of options they had, who locally we could go see. And they do have a big municipality in Tampa that actually has this product out there,
Tampa.
but it is hard to find something locally. This product itself is kind of a new concept. It's been around a long time, but the cities really haven't picked up on it too much. The schools have, and the residential part of it is big. Everybody uses them.
So we're sure that this company will installed for 400,000.
Yes, I have quotes at that they could honor
both?
that price. The 170 each, so 200, yeah.
175 each.
75 each. At this point,
And with that, they can
Kenny,
logo it.
I received an email from a resident and, the concern was, these have been closed.
Right.
And listen,
Long time.
I'll take ownership. I said they needed to be closed because it became a safety issue. And we have said it's in bad condition. If somebody got hurt, it would have been a liability on the district. So I will say it. I'm the one that said it needs to be closed. I didn't expect it to be closed this long, but hey, we have to do what we have to do to make sure we stay within finance. I want to see them get done. So if we can get into South Palm, I'll take the ride down there. I'll go take a look at it. I'll take one of my friends that plays tennis or pickleball or whatever, because that's my concern. I don't think you have that issue with basketball. I don't know how the
I
ball
think you
fits.
do.
Keep in,
Yeah, but I don't think it's as bad because these are like little bitty squares where it's like if you're doing pickleball,
keep in mind,
it'll spin
these
different.
courts are they have different courts specific to certain sports. So they
Right.
have one for basketball,
Okay, so
they
you
have
do
one
want
specific,
something-
oh, absolutely.
So maybe we need to table this till next month and get her down there.
We
to
can
look
see
at
it, but what they're using that particular court for is by the playground. So it's going to be a different material.
Do
It's
we
not
have-
going to be exactly,
Is it for basketball?
it's not being used for a sport. It's literally like instead of having artificial turf around their playground, they have this. Correct. So that material isn't going to be exactly what you're going to have out there at this for the tennis court. It's going to be a little bit different, but I can get copies of that if you guys actually want to see a sample of what that is.
I think if we could just watch a video of somebody playing, like I just want something, but I think we need to move on this. I mean, we have delayed this. I don't remember when we shut the park down, but
It was shut down. It was shut down in April. We
April.
discussed it, put it in the budget, and then after October, we could have moved on
Yeah,
this
so
project.
like,
So we're 3 months behind. at
right.
this-
So at this point, I think if there's an alternative that we can still use the surface and we can put a fence
Fence.
around to avoid ATVs and golf carts getting on there, which probably, even if we have asphalt, we probably want to do that too. So,
So question,
yeah.
do we have that amount budgeted?
Yes.
Yes,
We have 243.
Yes.
But we don't have the 60,000 that you said for the.
that would be the part that wasn't budgeted
Right.
because we weren't really talking about putting a fence around it at that time. There, basically at 25,000, that was extra in there because it's 175 to the 25, the 200. That's for prep of it too. So we do have a little bit of prep that we'll have to do to the concrete before this goes
On top of the 243.
No, so that's where the 200 came from. You have the 175 quote, and then we added a little bit more to prep those areas because it has to be a level surface. It's not going to be something we can guarantee that won't crack in the future, but at least it has to be level.
The tennis court and the basketball court butt up next to each other?
No,
There's a space.
there is.
Wow. Okay, never mind. I was thinking that the basketball court butted up and we would just have a.
All right, we've got
fence.
4
Tennis
minutes,
courts are already fenced off.
so we're gonna have to.
So I just.
Do you
I
want me
have
to
another
make a motion
question.
to extend?
Patty, it looks like there's a tremendous amount of
Seven.
videos on YouTube.
Say that again?
Looks like there's a lot of YouTube videos for this.
I just, I just don't want to put this in and then have people that play, and pickleball is becoming very big, and we spend the money and then people are like, we can't even
Well,
use it
actually,
because
it's
the
kind of on the
pickleball.
downward.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That XL Padel is the big
Yeah.
thing now, and they just put that giant one in Westlake.
Yeah.
So.
It's what we used at US Games when I went out to Denver last year. That's what they had. They had
Yeah,
a huge,
that's
there
right.
was thousands of
Right.
people playing volleyball on it and it was great. I didn't
Right.
have a problem with it at all.
We're not seeing the leagues or anything happening, so. All right, so.
I have a question for Burgess. So you were saying that it would be $1 million to do it properly? To do the basketball?
It's
and
probably $1 million each. If you rip up everything, by the time you get everything removed and rebuilt correctly, you're going to be in that range.
Oh, forget it.
$1 million
It's a large-
dollars for the basketball
Large area.
and $1 million for the tennis court?
No, each park, each park.
It's
Wait, say that
ridiculous.
again? Hold
It
on.
would be each park, basically,
Each park.
Each park.
in that range.
Okay,
correct.
so we're.
I could
right
get
now,
accurate
we're
numbers if
focusing
you
on
ask.
Temple.
Mhm.
So,
Well, are
$1 million
we- the
to
courts
do Tem-
closed at Sycamore too?
No, they're open.
But they're not in good shape.
Playable shit.
They're
So we.
They're
closed-
probably about a year or two behind where Temple sits right now.
so we have time to worry about Sycamore.
So where are we gonna
You
get
do.
the other $60,000? Because we can't give direction and not have where that money is gonna come from if we don't have that budget.
Well, we can look at that financing, but we don't know how long that's gonna take.
Well, you're not gonna finance $60,000.
No, the whole thing.
But the lighting, we can hook it in with the lighting. So we're doing the lighting and the fencing.
And the court.
Well, that's why bringing this up because we need to do it for ACP lighting.
Right.
Something that.
And is that gonna add another 6 months?
No, it's,
Weeks, he said.
yeah,
I mean,
no, it's weeks.
we can't do
So I
split
can't
rail?
say that I'm gonna have
We
it back,
could, but
financing back by the next February.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Probably in March. So, yeah, but I've got it. I actually have to sit down
We can't lock
with
it up.
Miss McIntosh. Because she cannot make it today to the meeting, and then I also have to clear everything. So, but it is not like the bond issue where you have to go through all these.
Right.
This is more like a direct claim.
Are we calling, is it because this is maintenance? This is
Motion
maintenance.
to extend the meeting.
I'll make a motion to extend the
Second.
meeting 15
Second.
minutes, 11:15.
Yeah.
Is this maintenance or is it?
Do we have a second?
This is.
Yeah,
no,
Betty-
this-
Betty
this is
seconded.
considered-
Okay, I got nothing on my
We're
screen.
not
so-
just. This is.
Oh, we can't, we're not gonna, all in favor?
This is old fashioned way.
Aye.
Yeah, we
You made,
can't-
you
aye,
seconded it,
okay.
right, the
Yeah.
motion, so.
Okay, yeah, it's not
I
on, gonna be on the
wanna know,
screen.
what does? Cause we need to make a decision
No,
and stick to it. So I want to hear what each board member thinks is the best path forward before, and.
I already gave my opinion. I think we should do the asphalt. And have a 20-year longevity and not have to worry as much about vandalism. That's my opinion.
Let me just, before you guys continue, Mr. Lawrence, for Temple, is that putting the $1 million, is that putting any concrete underneath it, or is that just putting,
Yeah, that,
so if
that
we
would-
took the concrete out and did some type of sub base with
You can keep the cost down.
with compacted
okay,
rock,
there you go.
excuse me,
And asphalt.
Right.
yeah, and then asphalt.
Basically, that estimate was to replace what's there, except for you'd resurface it properly and then reline it on top of that as well. So,
Right. So if we,
What's
if
that cost?
if we eliminate the concrete, how long will the asphalt last?
I mean, you've got Sycamore Park to look at. I mean, that's
How
been
long?
out there for,
You're in.
Probably since the 90s.
Here, he's-
Engineer,
yeah.
it's not a road, but
So I know with roads, usually, they can last up to 20 years with.
then I think that's great. And then if that cuts the cost in half,
That's,
Before you.
let's do that. That's my opinion.
It would cost the same as much as it would.
Right.
right. So that's where
Right.
I'm going with it. I don't, why do
I'm
we?
fine with that.
don't
If
need
we
to-
don't need it,
But here's my suggestion is that we try that, we see whether we like it at Temple. And then you said we've got about a year, but then we need to make a decision and start planning for Sycamore.
And Kidscape.
Unless we can get a discount for getting them done all at one time.
Taxes. Yeah. All right, so,
Well, because I do not like parks being closed. And the residents, it really ticks them off.
yeah,
Well, that's
I
what.
agree.
So,
Push a decision.
Okay,
here,
so are we all in agreement with
So
that?
I'm okay to do
A
asphalt.
base, a good base and asphalt.
And that'll give us,
Is this directive to actually move forward with
Yes.
that direction?
Yes,
Okay.
we need a motion.
It's lasted as long as it has.
Yeah.
I believe
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes,
give you an opinion, but.
Yes.
Going to seal it.
okay.
A road is typically based on 8 inches. You compact to subgrade, you put 8 inches of shell or 6.5 inches of lime rock, and then you put at least 1.5 inches of asphalt. I don't know what would be spec'd on the tennis court. I'm certainly not an expert on that.
But if cars can survive it, I think kids
If-
can.
If you had the same section, 12-inch compacted subgrade, 8-inch shell, and 1.5 inches of asphalt, it would last 20 years.
That's-
I think that a typical tennis court would probably be 1 inch, which is more like a parking lot, which is more like a 10 to 15-year life.
They have 1 inch over concrete currently.
But can we go,
Right, well, we're eliminating the
still go
concrete.
thicker?
The only concern I would have is, well, unless we did the base that he's talking about, would be like what happened at amphitheater. If it's not prepped right, you're gonna have roots coming through it, and all of a sudden we have tripping hazards, and
Right.
potholes and everything else, and kids will pull it up.
All right,
But as
to-
long as it's compacted correctly, I mean,
to back that up, you don't get strength out of the surface course. It's called a wearing course. You're not going to wear it out with an athletic. What could happen if the base and subgrade are not properly prepped,
Right,
anything will fail. And by the way, do you have muck under that? Do you have any soil borings to tell you what's under
That's-
it?
I know from when we built the playground that the water table is only about a foot down. We had a footer issue out there that they had to drain just to put the footers in. So there is probably a muck issue out there that the table's high. It's going to be a problem. And that might be one of the reasons why that concrete failed. It probably failed, in my opinion, from that flood we had out there. It probably created some voids underneath the concrete and it just sagged and cracked. Over
Like
time.
what's happening in Orange.
Correct.
No base will survive if it's wet. What happens is wetness causes pumping. And as you put force on it, the water pumps the base out and it fails. So as Kenny said, unless you prepare the base properly, nothing will survive. And if you have muck, I learned very early in my career, if there's muck, remove it.
Right.
Don't try to play with it. If you're building a house, you can put pilings down, but if you're having so if you have muck, you better remove it. Concrete usually can span it. Maybe that's why concrete was used.
It could be. I'm not sure.
Now you're scaring us. Yeah, and then we're opening up. So maybe
Well-
we should
Do
actually.
a boring.
First,
Yep.
no, actually, because we did go down about a foot and a half when we moved the volleyball courts over. So we did actually pull some of that out and we were clean about a foot and a half down. It's when you got below that, when we started to do the footers that we ran into that issue.
So-
So we could probably go a good 18 inches with those issues.
This subject to a boring test. This way we're not delaying it for another month.
Everything I've said is relative to a load that is typical to traffic.
Right.
You do not need that type of bearing capability on an athletic field. So if you went down a foot and a half or 2 feet and you have good compacted soils, it can span the stress
Right.
caused by athletes. It would not resist. My voice is going because of the time.
Yeah.
It would not resist traffic, but it would resist tennis, racquetball, pickleball. That would not be a problem if you go down a foot and a half to 2 feet.
Okay.
My next question then in this, do we want to just line over the asphalt or would you actually still want to seal it over with the proper product, which is a step up? It's not necessary to give you guys what you're looking for, but it would be making it look like an actual court at that point.
Right. If you could stay within the cost, right. But
Like I said
Yeah,
earlier, I know that particular material, just the material to cover that square footage was over $150,000.
yeah, I mean, is
Just
it
for that.
necessary? Is it? How much longevity?
It's
will it
not
give it?
necessary and you can do that in the future if you wanted to.
There you go.
It's something, it's
So
just another.
let's
it's a
just
decorative
do it.
layer.
Let's just do this and get the field, get the courts open.
Lines and stuff anyway.
You'll have to line it and you could still line the asphalt, but what I was saying is that
What
actual,
about for the tennis court though?
that I would probably do because of the grip, but I mean, we haven't had any issues with the basketball at Sycamore,
I
so.
mean, yeah, there's a lot of parks that just put asphalt for basketball with tennis. I've seen those, but it's not conducive, I think, to tennis.
So just to be clear, you're gonna get financing for this. So my question is, if we already have $243,000 budgeted and you got financing, should we be looking at Sycamore right now and building that in? And the 243,000, if it's like 5 years, it's actually paying for the fee over that time.
Potentially, yes. I have to
Okay.
get the numbers back to see what this would be.
All right.
But that's why early on I brought up about throwing Sycamore in there. So we just done.
And the
phones.
lights.
And we
But
wanna
we're
do
gonna-
them both at the same time.
Right.
Open one.
Right, yeah, we
So
can't close them, let them close,
Sycamore
please.
and Temple.
And we need to figure out how we're gonna reduce something to compensate for that, or where we're not having to increase the taxes.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
the people are not gonna be
No,
happy.
no, I don't want to see the taxes increase at all. I want to see them go down if anything, but
Okay.
So the motion is to go with the no concrete, so just the asphalt with the proper.
compacted subgrade. Yes,
With no overlay on the basketball.
for
court.
now, right,
But lining.
yes, with lining.
Can you Can we find out how much extra that is?
I'll get,
Because we're gonna
I'll
be
get an
looking at
estimate now we
some
have the
I mean, how much
direction.
extra is that gonna cost?
You said 100 and something thousand.
For just the top?
Yeah.
That was for the top material. If we did both courts, if we did basketball and,
Forget
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
right.
the square footage is
We don't-
expensive. If you'd
we don't
have
need it.
half of that, you'd
Yeah.
probably be about 75 just for the material for tennis. But if you have an installer doing it, I mean, it's gonna be probably $100,000.
All right. And can we contact the tennis association because they have grants?
We have, and
Yeah, I remember you
if,
said-
and if you use it for pickleball,
They won't.
they won't even.
Right.
touch it.
So
Right.
maybe we
They
designate
can
one
pay it
for
back.
just tennis.
Yeah.
Okay,
But-
so we have a motion because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'm not seeing it pop up. That's okay. Okay,
We want to take these, yeah, the sub-grade is properly packed. And then an asphalt overlay with the lining on the basketball court and what is going on the.
You're gonna have to do the surface material on the tennis courts
Yeah.
Tennis
with the
courts
lining as
only.
well.
yeah.
Okay, gotta slow it down.
Why can't you get?
My brain is really.
Yeah, after 11 o'clock, it's kind of hard to,
Yeah.
yeah.
In the sub-grade.
How much you get?
Compacted subgrades.
On the basketball.
Tennis,
And
lining the basketball and putting overlay.
No, it's the,
I can get the exact, if you go the verbiage, I can get that.
yeah,
I don't have it all.
surface,
Yeah. Court surface,
yeah,
court surface.
right. Okay. All right, we have a motion. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Up
So-
now it's there. Do we have a second?
Just one quick question, because weren't you also looking to include the lights?
Well, we're
The lights are
doing
for,
Because this is for finding financing.
just for this though.
Yeah, but the-
This is its own. You guys already gave direction and we're going to look for financing.
So are they gonna be two
Like-
separate packages?
No,
'Cause it's all
this is
per-
just adding in, yeah.
Okay.
piggybacking onto that for the lights.
We'll take it
Okay.
as a package to the advance.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. Any cards? No cards?
Oh, yeah.
We have the one card was put in by Alexandra Larson. I believe.
But she left, yeah.
Did she say anything or?
No, it just says I was.
Okay.
She doesn't like us getting money on parks. She doesn't use them.
Right. I don't either, but you know, people do. All right. All right,
Less miscreant kids.
yeah, yeah. All right, did everybody vote? Okay. Okay, motion carries unanimously. 11-9 equestrian trail update. You have 2 minutes.
So, I don't know if we need to bring it to the agenda next meeting, but,
Okay.
I would like to, put out that maybe we change the equestrian trail PTIAC, as all that. Okay, I'm changing it to be, to include programs and related events that make preference schemes, so we would change it to the equestrian advisory committee. This way gives them a little broad, not just the things.
Okay. How we doing on signs? People are still freaking out about the signs.
Well,
If
that's,
we're changing the policy, that's gonna come back.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
so. So there's consensus to bring that back.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and we'll talk about the signs next month.
Well, there's other parts to the
fencing.
equestrian with the fencing. So part of that is so I'm looking for consensus to allow staff to work with legal and engineering, because when this advisory committee, excuse me, was created, you know, before I could involve legal or engineering, I need to bring it back. So what this, what the equestrian committee is asking for is to create like an adopted trail.
Right.
And to also would include signs and things like. that.
Yeah, we've already talked about that. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. So we need a
Yeah,
consensus.
There's been talk about it, but there's never been a consensus.
Gotcha. Okay, do we have consensus, Michael? Rich? Betty?
Yeah, I haven't part of the discussion, so I don't.
Okay, so yes and
So-
yes, so we're
So
good
it's-
with,
excuse me. But
Right.
before I can involve legal or engineering.
yes. Okay, very good.
And then we put the fencing cost on here because part of that would also so it would be for signs or in certain cases where like on 130th
Mhm.
to actually have like larger sponsors or people that would
Yep.
adopt that trail to actually pay for the fencing along. it.
Beautiful. Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. We have consent. Yeah, do 10 more minutes. Okay. All right, all in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Yeah, all right, consent agenda. Yes. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, vote. Okay. Motion carries unanimous. All right, staff presentations.
Yes, I'll be quick. So I did have other stuff prepared, but I do think the one important thing that wasn't brought up during supervisor comments and then you guys jumped into it is on our next February meeting is scheduled the same night as the AI data center. So this would be an opportunity for the board to ask if
Can we discuss that at a later date individually, and then,
Yeah,
well,
so
we can,
So what I'm asking is, does the board want to move to new meeting? And
Yes.
We'll work with you on what the new date would be.
yeah, yes,
Yeah, I'm
yes,
sorry, yeah.
yes.
We'll reach out to the board members.
Yeah, we'll get a date. We're not gonna do the date now.
Yeah.
We'll figure the date out. Yeah, well, let's,
So. Yeah, everybody's got to.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, are we good there with
Yeah,
staff
that's all,
presentations?
that's all.
Excellent.
So,
Okay,
and then,
and then we already talked about,
yeah, I don't need to talk about.
Okay.
The bid name.
all right,
Just
we do need,
if I can have Ms. Cantley just talk about the grants. I already talked about excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I
yeah,
already talked about the developed water resource, but do have a couple more grants and one of them does apply to the equestrian, to the 130th
Frank.
equestrian trail. So,
Okay,
what
but-
we would do.
No, I can hear you. In regards to the 130th equestrian grant, there's a grant that comes up for that fencing, which is the recreational trails program. And that has to be turned in, the window is February 2nd through March 2nd. So, we do have that opportunity to put that in there and we can ask for up to 500,000 for the equestrian, trail fencing, and it's a 50% match. So if we ask for 5, then we have to put up 5. If we ask for 250, we have to put up 250.
do we have an estimate of the fencing cost yet
Did
without
we-
sponsorship?
Yeah, that's what I just.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's approximately 45,000.
Right,
Okay,
and that
so
can also,
we don't need
can
to ask.
include signage and any type of trailhead type of thing if we want to put anything in there. We can,
Yeah, let's just take what we need, please.
okay. So did we want to go for the 45,000 or did we
Yeah.
want to go? Okay,
We have budgeted, but if we go for the grant.
Well, we have to match.
We have 90,000 to do.
well,
No,
we
it's a
can,
45 match to
we could-
45, no?
Most of these guys have the money to apply for it.
We could have it where we could just half the 45
Yeah.
and ask for half of that, and then
And
we
then
put up
we
the
have
other
it,
half. It's
right,
still
yeah,
equal to,
yeah.
equal the whole project to 45,000.
Perfect.
So 22.
Okay.
And this is just for
Yeah.
fencing
So,
Yeah.
what
And
And-
signs.
and fencing and signs,
is what? I'm sorry.
fencing and signs,
It can do signs.
because we've had a lot of discussion about signs at the ETAC.
Okay.
I know they're trying to do some of that with sponsorship and stuff like that, but I mean, let's face it, we're right, but as far as looking at the dollar amount here, what we're looking at, if we're going to try to go for a match, we want to make sure we encompass everything in that.
Okay, the next one is that, let's see, that was one you did. There's one with South Florida. They call it a cooperative funding program. We can apply actually up for $10 million with a 50% match. So whatever we do for that, okay? But the grant application date is February 20th. And it could be used for the extension of the M1.
640.
Yeah, for the 640 acres expansion. yeah.
Okay.
And the date of that is February 20th.
But we don't have, right,
Hold
so
on.
we didn't budget.
So on that match, can you use other funds or does it have to be in our budget?
Well, you have to think with grants with this, we're not going to find out the next week whether we're even awarded them. So we're talking with some of these grants, we're not even going to know until after state budget in July.
Yeah, but
And then
it's
by the
still in-
time you get a contract, we're already in the next fiscal year. Usually.
Ms. Argue's asking, could, like, for instance, the county has earmarked $8 million, $8 million. And we use that as a match for this 10 million. There's a 50%.
Or do we have to
I would-
actually have it?
I would have to look into that for
Okay.
sure.
I mean, if
Just
we
see
can
if
do
we
that
can- we can match
on
with-
like an IOU situation,
Be in a position where we have to have.
Right,
$1 million.
exactly.
So we can use it.
right, yeah.
Okay, and the other one is a community planning and technical assistance grants. This is one that we cannot apply for directly. Kind of like the resiliency plan that Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council did for us.
Mhm.
It's one that they can do for us, and there is no match to this.
Okay,
It can be an amount up to $75,000. And remember during the last strategic planning, they were talking about a master plan.
mhm,
And that was one of the things, actually, I talked to Tom that night and I said, well, maybe there would be something. So this would be a type of grant with this one. The application's not due until May, so y'all have time to think about that one and let me know.
okay,
But there is no match with
good, I
that.
like those.
And the only
That's
other
a lot
one,
of tax. Stop time.
I'm sorry, through the chair, the only other one, and Ms. Cantley wasn't aware of it, but Ms. Drum and Mr. Linton spoke about it earlier. But we would like the go-ahead to pursue the Florida resiliency for the 640 expansion of the M1 impoundment. If there's no issues, and that one we can use some matching.
Excellent, yes,
The 8 million, excuse me, the $8 million.
absolutely, thank you.
There's only one other one and it has no match. It's called Hurricane Loss Mitigation Program. This is one we applied for last time for the, what is it? Where you keep track of the score, the building. I just went.
The
boop.
press box.
Press box, yes. We called it, and we did not get that one.
Right,
Okay, that was for hardening. It's a hardening grant. It's to prevent wind damage with that, and it has no match. And if that's something that we want to do, some things we've talked about in the past is to harden this building like an EOC. Or there's always Hamlin House, hardening it more like a community center type of thing. We're talking roof, impact windows, anything
I think
wind.
the focus
with
should be
that.
here, I mean, this is where the magic happens and everything is, so
And there
But
is,
yeah.
there is no
which
match.
applied
That's a
for.
$250, up to a $250, $250,000 grant.
Beautiful.
And there's a no match to it. So y'all want me
Excellent.
to get we just have to notify them that we're interested in what we're going to do. And then the details as to cost of like a new roof or whatever can come next month.
Okay,
Didn't
excellent.
we have a discussion with resiliency grant before, and it ended up being that it was gonna cost us, and we couldn't do anything.
Well, yeah,
Ridiculous.
yeah, the roof and other things here. I think what we were, excuse me, if I recall correctly, what we were speaking about then was actually trying to expand this building to the east a little bit and doing some other minor expansion, office space and that's where it got out of control.
Frank, go ahead.
This is just a brief report. I'm now on District Attorney's report. On the oral arguments that were held yesterday at the Fourth District Court of Appeals in West Palm Beach. This is on the Seminole Improvement District Minto appeal of Judge Ofterdahl's judgment regarding the 140th access to Indian Trail roads, which was the Judge Ofterdahl's opinion was in favor of Indian Trail. It's been appealed. Not much to report yet. Just the questions were asked by the judges. It's a 3-judge panel. If either the public or the board members want to see the arguments that were made, they will be posted. The video will be posted on the 4th DCA website. The court didn't give any indication of a likely decision. This is not like the U.S. Supreme Court where everybody's after arguments. They try to figure out how the Supreme Court's going to vote. Once we get the results, legal counsel will respond with suggestions as necessary to protect the works of the district.
Very good. Thank you.
So we have to wait for it. It's likely going to be a written opinion.
Very good.
That's it.
So big. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, just to add, normally for talking to the appellate attorney the other day can take up to 6
Right.
months or longer for them to come to an opinion.
Council, protect the works of the district.
Not an estimate, that's just
Right, I
and
know.
what normally happens.
Okay, need a motion to receive and file the reports. Everybody on vote, please. Motion passes unanimously, this meeting is adjourned. 1 second to stay.